Morning, Your Highness.
Yeah.
You can sit there.
No, I'm good. You sit right here. Vicky's on vacation. Vicky? Yeah. I'm sure this table set up for the chief deputies over here. Are you sitting in for Ron? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, Ron from Florida. So.
Everybody all together. John, we can hold hands.
I'll know when it comes for. I have seen in the big room.
I don't know, they were scared.
So you sit down. Oh, tell me what you want to hear.
Awesome.
All right. Need more folks here.
Well, because you're waiting on the treasurer.
Randy, let me see if he's still at, we need to get home and then we abandoned him here. Might be where, but there's nobody in there right now. But he might be walking in a minute. Ron?
I think we could be this 3.
Yeah.
Teamwork. Teamwork.
I think we can beat.
All right.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. All the 3 minutes in.
Trouble is,
Right here. Okay, thank you. 131.
1:30. Yeah. So do we need to start the meeting?
We still have a change notice
Okay.
for the morning session. You're supposed to change. notice.
We're good.
Okay. Yeah, I tell you what I'll do.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna open
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. Yeah,
them
thank you.
all up.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Right.
It's a visible.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's,
great, great.
I mean, that's,
Second one maybe a little small. I didn't do it right.
we'll make it work.
Mr. Treasurer, pleasure. See you later. Go ahead. Oh, very sorry. You're all right. Yeah. Thanks for helping on that.
What's the cord?
Okay.
Thank you for.
Oh, no, go ahead. No. We'll call for this Tulsa County Board Budget Board special meeting Tuesday, April 6th, 2021. First item is budget overview. Mr. Willis.
Oh, well, actually, I think our budget division staff will kind of handle this. But
Okay.
First of all, I want to take a moment to thank them for everything they've done. As I always try to remind folks that, this department started with 6 people. They have 4 They all work extremely hard. Three of the four are here with us. So Yuki, Steven, and Aaron, and Natalia is, I think, still upstairs working probably on something. So anyway, they're doing a great job for us, and I'm happy to have them as part of the county clerk team. Go ahead, Nikki.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, board members. We're kicking off the first of 2 days of budget interviews. Oh, I'm gonna stand up. Today, scheduled to hear 18 departments, and we have in the morning session, we're gonna be held here. And we have 2 breaks and lunch, and scheduled to be done around 3 o'clock. And tomorrow we'll hear from the remaining 11 departments that are scheduled to be done before noon. For the budget material, you have 4 books in total. They consist of a departmental summary sheet, expenditure and revenue budget submitted by department, and target overrun and CIP, if any. We have also sent out the supplemental reports last week, which are wages and benefits report that includes the headcounts, general fund analysis, general fund 2022 expenditure overview, and target overrun summary sheet. And I had visited with the assessor Wright in mid-January to get his expertise and a guidance to project fiscal year 2022 ad valorem tax collections. And after taking that back with me and discussed with the group and my superior, initial direction is to go with an essential flat budget with the 2021. And when you go over the interview books and supplemental reports, you might find minor funding increase in some department related to the salary and wages. Back in November, budget board approved 3% salary increase for general fund employees. We set $500,000 aside for the raises in general fund contingency and are funding as needed. And most of the department are able to absorb the increase and some are not. In order to accommodate the approved raises and some known changes in employment status condition and the increase in benefits, amending their target budget for the coming year is inevitable. Overall, total general fund budget submitted came under the guidance. It totals $81,875,786. And in a few minutes, we want to go over just how we can get there and how much we are needing the fund balance to balance the expenditure budget. There are also $2.5 million in target overrun requests. And also healthcare increase, it was approved by budget board on the March 15th. The increase of $366,214. That's gonna cause an increase of general fund budget for 2021. And this is gonna be on top of $81 million. And so I'd like to go over a little bit on the general fund analysis. It's on the screen. I have provided the information last week, but I modified slightly yesterday to make it more comprehensive. So if you could please look at the cash balance 6/30/2020, which is $23,619,642. That's the beginning balance. That's where we started this fiscal year. A projection of 21 revenue is $74 million. And the expenditure is 76, and those are provided by the department and bookkeepers and then directors. And we have a prior year purchase order, $1.7 million, assuming we'll pay everything in by June 30th. If that, our projected cash balance as of 6/30/21 will be $19,220,697. Fiscal year 2020, the expenditure budget with the healthcare increase approved by the budget board, adjusted expenditure budget is $82,242,000. And if you look at the revenue budget, we are at $70,381,043. In order to meet our expenditure budget, we need to use our fund balance of $11,860,957. And that will cause a change in the fund balance. We assume we will have 19,220,697. However, we need 11,860,957 to balance that proposed budget. The balance left at 6/30/2022 will be 7,359,740. And if we grant all, budget board approve all the target or overrun, which is 2.5, that will leave us with 4,882,900. Last year's projected ending fund balance was 4,255,000. So we are still 14.7% higher than ending fund balance we showed this fiscal year. Also, I wanted to point it out, if there's any given raises, 1% will be impact 471,000 and change, 2% 942, 3% 1.4. I also like to go over a little bit of how we get to, even though the projection of expenditure and revenue, I'm looking at it's a little bit higher in expenditure and slightly lower in revenue in the projection. The reason is, if you could look at blue bar is expenditure and orange is revenue. I'm showing by 2017, from left, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Those are actual, and then on the right-hand side is the projection. Even though expenditure is going up slightly every year, about $1 million every year. The Stefan does all the perform monthly expenditure revenue analysis for fiscal committee meeting. I'm pretty confident to say that our expenditure, it's going to be around $73 million, about the same as current last fiscal year. Also, revenue is going to be around $74 to $75 million. With that, this is a cash balance history. It's going up every year by $2 to $3 million. And 2017 was $13 million. 2018, 15, so on and so forth. So with that, I'm assuming our expenditure is going to be about $3 or $4 million lower, maybe $4 million lower, and $1 million higher in revenue, even though we are projecting $19 million in cash balance at June 30th, 2021. I'm assuming it's going to be about $23 to $25 million. Thank you. And with that, I still have some.
Can I do a question on the
Yes.
first?
Mhm.
Can you go back to the first graph? Or first,
Up or down?
please. To the expenditures.
Yes.
So from what I remember of our budget board meetings and finance committee, Stephen always says that we're below expenditures. So why do we think that we're going to be above expenditures by the end of this fiscal year?
Okay.
These projections for our expenditures come straight from the bookkeepers and the department heads who submit them. Typically, they're higher than they actually, the expenditures are routinely projected higher than they actually are. So when I produce that fiscal report every month, I mean, those are actual.
So this is what we have open POs for then, basically.
That
With
is,
the numbers.
yes, that's what the bookkeeper believes, that's how much they're going to be spent.
But at the end of the year, we always close out and there's some open POs that we don't ever fulfill.
Right.
Yeah, and then also, I mean, they project higher expenditures than the actual.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
That's what projection is very important, and we stress bookkeepers and division directors, please give the best estimate for the projection and revenue. That will drive bottom line, which is the fund balance
So
projections.
do we happen to have what we are to date as far as expenditures versus what we had projected?
I
I don't have that figure with me, but I am putting that fiscal report together. I
Yes.
should have it distributed by
Right.
Friday.
We have one for February 28th. That's the last, and because we didn't have that cash statement yet, so we couldn't finish that. So anyways, also, we were able to purchase tangible property, including information technology equipment with the CARES Act fund. However, ongoing maintenance costs is something that we need to consider going into the budget, because unless it's get covered by the American Rescue Plan Act. Also, I want to say thank you to my team, Aaron, Stefan, Natalia. They have worked so hard every day to get this done. So if you have a chance, please thank them. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Ready to dive in, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, hopefully I'll take my full 10 minutes. I'll answer any questions you might have. Last year, we requested, our target was, you see in your book.
Yep.
This year, we have the same target. However, if you'll look at some of the summary information I passed down on the second page, I provided my org chart and then sort of some budget highlights from our whole department. And then I also like to provide information about our cash funds. We usually have questions related to that. So that's the last sheet we have. I already found a mistake that I made when I was touching this up this morning. So on the second page, you have there under Tulsa County Clerk Summary, the second paragraph below our request for 2021, should be 21-22. So if you'll make that change for me, I appreciate it. This year, we are asking for a target overrun, basically for staff. And honestly, I'm not sure we're actually going to need it. A lot of it's going to depend on the American Rescue Plan Act. But if, depending on our guidances, or if we're not able to continue some projects that we started with the CARES Act, then we may well need this to fulfill our increased need for additional financial reporting and budgeting. We have thus far been able to kind of skate by. Aaron has been our primary CARES budget analyst, but he does that in addition to his normal stuff with the budget. And then our financial services division has taken on a lot of the reporting. And you all just have to consider that our normal general fund budget's around $80 million, and we got $114 million deposited in our account, last April. And so that eclipses what we would normally report on for a full year with our general fund. So there's a lot that goes into that. And thankfully, we have an incredible team in our financial services group. Our Chief Deputy Tom Ellis puts a lot of his time and effort into that as well. But we've been super busy in our office. And in addition to the financial reporting needs, we've had probably about a 20% increase in our real estate filings, which then gets passed on to our friends in the assessor's office. Or in a lot of those cases, they're working those deeds and handling title issues after we get those documents. So we're planning to take away our phone tree, our automated phone tree operation, and put in an actual customer service receptionist, which will help us with our car volumes and getting people around to the right place, as well as also taking a little bit of extra stuff off of my poor executive assistant, Krista, because she is the person you get when you hit zero, which about every person calls in and hits zero. And then Krista ends up having to transfer about 55% of them to the court clerk's office because they need to copy their marriage license or their divorce decree or something like that. So anyway, we're planning to kind of restructure there, and that's the reason for my additional requests. But again, maybe we'll come back here in a few weeks or a month or two and take away all or at least part of that. I want to mention also, I try to mention this to you all each year, that we generate a whole lot of revenue for the county. This year, we're projecting that we're going to generate about $3.6 million in filing fees, mostly through our real estate and our land records and recording operation. And so, that surpasses what we're asking out of the general fund, which we're glad to be in a position to be able to do that. And we have a pretty conservative projection for next year. We don't know if the real estate market will be quite as busy as it has been this year, although it could be. And so we kind of project that ahead a little bit conservatively. So we projected $3.1 million for next year. If you go to the last page of the handout that I provided you, I wanted to note that we have two cash funds that we've discussed before. We have a records management and preservation fund, which $10 now for most of our documents that are filed goes into that fund. And that helps us preserve our records, both financial and land and real estate. We're lucky to have this. I'll be honest with you, we would not be able to do what we do without that because we provide a whole ton of assistance to the rest of the county. We pay for half of our Munis subscription out of this fund. We pay for all of our land record software costs out of this fund and some other office operations. We use this fund a lot. Well, not a lot, but some over the last year and a half, probably, as we were working on our move into this building. We paid for a lot of stuff, including, AV equipment and other things for areas that aren't necessarily assigned to the county clerk's office out of some of these funds. So we've done that out of the records management. We think that this year we will probably collect about 1.4,450,000. And we're probably going to spend probably 975,000 or $1 million of that. Some people may look and say, well, man, you've got a great fund balance there. And it's great that we have that fund balance. However, part of the reason we're asking for the target overrun on the general fund is that if we're not able to sustain our workday project and some of our land records projects with the American Rescue Plan Act funds, then we will use a big chunk of our records preservation fund to pay for part of the subscription for workday and fund our land records projects. So that's the reason for some of the differences there. And then in the lien fee fund, we have a balance right now of $425,000. We had built that up to, I think last year, when we were talking about this, our balance was over $600,000. This fund was another one that we taxed significantly during the move. We bought furniture, we bought some equipment, we paid for virtually everything tied to the wellness center out of the lien fee fund. The lien fee fund is established for us to basically operate anything within our office or the county that's, of lawful use of these funds would go into the general operations of our office. So it's not tied to records preservation. I like to make that distinction. Everything we do out of the records preservation fund has to be tied to records preservation. The lien fee fund would have a lot more flexibility, so we're able to contribute in other ways to the operation of the county at large. So that's an overview of our office, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, or take any advice or feedback.
Any questions for Mike?
And just thank you for everything you did to help get us all over here and getting us set up in a little fitness center too.
We're happy to do it. We're doing well so far.
Michael, money spent for the new HQ, where did that come out of?
Well, for the whole project?
Yeah, or any expenditures towards the new HQ building.
Well, most of it came out of the county sales tax division, Tulsa County sales tax. But in some of the instances where we had to go outside of that budget to buy things like AV equipment, I'm pretty sure that our office bought most of the AV equipment for the room next door. Yeah. We also paid for a whole lot of furniture in our office, flooring in our office, flooring for the procurement group. We also bought furniture for procurement, their house on our same floor. And let's see, and then the lien fee fund paid probably close to 75 to $100,000 for everything related to the wellness or fitness facility. Any others?
Anything else?
Thanks you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Fongill? You're up next.
Chief deputy and.
Okay.
Deputy.
Your group.
I'll try.
Present the treasurer's budget for fiscal year 22. And we are presenting our budget to you at the target amount that was requested by the budget office. It's 1,573,510.12. And there may be a couple of differences that you notice in looking at comparison in some of those accounts from last year to this year. A couple of those accounts were due to the workday implementation. They had asked us to get rid of a few accounts and start using some different ones. So like the 5560 account, we budgeted in that last year. That amount was moved to 5739. So you'll see an increase in between those two accounts. 5560 has nothing this year. 5739 increased by $3,000, which was the amount that we used in that account last year. Another account that they asked us to do away with was 5851, which was the armored car service. They asked that we switch that to 5853, which is security services. So you'll see a zero and an increase in 20,000 between those accounts. And a few other accounts was the 5733. That's our forms account. We're going to have to replace all of our check stock. And that's what we do out of there. We've been kind of using bookkeeping's using up some that we could, that just maybe go to the bank and don't really go out to a taxpayer that still had Dennis's name on it. So we've been trying to, save costs there, but this year we're going to end up having to replace all of that stock, get John's name on everything. Another account, 5859, was other services, and we didn't budget for anything in that last year. This year we've budgeted for 22,000. Last year that amount was in the 7071. We were paying a maintenance fee. We're no longer paying that maintenance fee. We hired an outside programmer. So we just switched, just the same amount, we're switching the accounts that we're paying for. And then 5909, it decreased a little bit due to we're not having to pay for water, the JDM water service anymore, since we have the little tickets where we can fill that up. And then our Xerox lease charges went down. So those were just some of the things that you might have noticed differences in. If you have any questions.
Any questions?
How is this new boss you?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So can you talk about how you guys, we do a little bit of this in the county clerk's office too, but have to switch people back and forth between your funds?
We do. So we use our general and our resale fund. So when we're taking current tax collections, we pay for everybody out of general except for delinquent tax. They're always in resale. And then
Resales are a cash account that, doesn't come out of the general fund.
and then when we switch over to collecting delinquent taxes, then everyone except for John, and then we have one other person in the office that really just deals with current tax type situations. They're always in general, so we switch those back and forth. It's usually like a 4-month out of general, 8-month out of resale for those 4 months that we're collecting taxes. So I know it's a pain for your office and we switch it, but
No.
that's okay.
You do lots of personal actions every month.
Yeah.
I do that to them too, to our payroll department.
And for the record, would you state your names?
Yes, I'm Summer McCarroll, Chief Deputy. I'm Jamie Boss, Second Deputy.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Name and title.
You want to join me?
Okay. You're there for 2 minutes.
Yeah, I can make this really short and sweet. We came in under budget just by a couple of $100.
Name and title.
Vicky Goodson, first deputy for Mr. Don Newberry, court clerk.
Thank you.
Okay, again, we're just a couple of $100 under our budget. All of our budget is for salaries and then just for travel and training. So that's really all that we have for the general fund. We have 3 other funds. Ours is the preservation fund. We have about 480,000 in it. And we're gonna utilize that for the renovations over in our building for our record area. And then we have our court fund, which that budget isn't even starting yet. We're just now starting to go through the budget process for that. So I don't know what that's gonna be, but that's with all the public defender stuff. And then our revolving fund that we have about $800,000 in that. That's used for our operating expenses that we have, plus we usually keep about 400 on reserve for that, and that's for the processing through of the public defender salaries and stuff like that. That's about it. That's our indictment that we have for the office right now.
Any questions?
How things of the building now?
They've closed off that side over there, so you can't get in there to look at it.
Mhm.
You gotta
Oh, we
walk
see
in.
that little black tunnel and thing going down it.
Yeah, drive in every day.
Yeah.
So they put the Stava signs up in the windows.
I saw that.
Saw that.
But your function's fine.
Our side, we're
Oh,
just.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just moving right along. Waiting for the sneak peek over there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right. That's right.
You're welcome to join me if you'd like that. Thank you for. Good morning, my name is John Wright. I serve as the Tulsa County Assessor. Me is Cameron Stanley, she's over HR and budgeting for our office. I think I'd like to start with some good news. I appreciate you working with me earlier in the year. We were trying to give our best guesstimate as to the valuation for the coming year. Early last year in the calendar year, Michael probably experienced this as well, the number of filings as reflected in deed activity, those documents that affect title was substantially off. And it began picking up about middle of the year, really accelerated in the fourth quarter, and that momentum is sustained to this day. So it helped bolster our projection on what would happen with residential real estate values. And so we were able to give the education community a little bit different expectation for the coming year. I got some preliminary numbers this morning. The legislature 2 years ago changed the date for filing appeal of the valuation from the first Monday in May to the first Monday in April 2 years ago. So this is the second year that the deadline for filing an appeal evaluation is the second Monday in April. Obviously, those documents that are postmarked yesterday, which we still have yet to receive, plus we have an indication there's a substantial number of tax rep filings, which usually happens right at the end, procrastination. So, however, to date, the number of appeals for the current year is consistent with prior years. So we don't see a tsunami that was perhaps anticipated as a result of valuation changes. The residential value does look like it'll be pretty close to my projection. I projected that about 3% increase on the taxable. Looks like that'll be awful close. And the commercial actually looks like it may be positive, a positive number as opposed to anticipated negative number. However, the business personal, we do know that Oklahoma County was down about 11%, and ours are going to be off as well. And that's the tax split, business assets, inventory, equipment. And that also would indicate or foretell a downward trend in the centrally assessed numbers. However, I'm still confident that the county will have at least as much revenue as last year. That was the flat budget guidance, and still comfortable that will at least be perhaps the bottom end of the cap.
Oh, sure.
We have some information reflecting a change, as with most of your offices, most of our expenses and personnel costs. Our personnel staffing has been, Tamara, I think we just have 10 for budget. Well, you can leave them one, that would be all right. They could get one. But as with your offices, most of our expenses and personnel, our personnel staffing has been extremely consistent through the years, previous 10 years. And that's what I'm distributing is the history for the last 10 years. Our budget impact, despite increases in healthcare benefits and other associated costs, we've been averaging about 1% change per year on personnel costs, which I don't against any other office. So it's reflective of good use of technology and again, the consistent staffing level. I think we've had a change of one headcount. And essentially, I had an administrative assistant to assist me. You mentioned that I alluded to the valuations being stable. We have, and I don't know how this has impacted your office as well, but because of the pandemic, our employee staffing has been very stable. Just we have a few people wanting to go out in this market, look for a new job. So we've gained in experience, and of course, I think that's reflected in the quality of the outcome of our evaluations. We have over 850 years of experience in our headcount, so we're averaging over 10 years of experience. We recently had 2 long-term tenured employees retired. Of course, that's the way you want to lose employees, retiring at the end of a successful career. So with that, happy to answer any questions you might have, Bob.
Question from Mr. Wright? Good news.
That's good. I'm certain that there are many jurisdictions across the country that are not going to be able to say that. But it's really a reflection of the overall stability of the Tulsa real estate market as a whole. We have not experienced rapid increases in value nor rapid decreases in value. As a matter of fact, I track, and it's likely to be higher this year if the current pace continues. But for the past several years, we've tracked the number of documents that affect the title to real estate, and it's been between 31,000 and 32,000 consistently over the last 5 or 6 years. It's just incredible the stability of the number of documents filed that affect title. So it's been well ahead of prior year's pace this year.
Does the move over here increase efficiency, or how's that working for you? Did you have any glitches?
As a whole, it's been very well received by our personnel. I don't think that we had very many additional expenses whatsoever.
No, the only glitch I would say that we really ran into was the cold and the snow, which should have been a week move and drew it out over 3 weeks, which that's a little more than I wanted.
Yes, our move slot happened during those 2
So,
bizarre weeks
That
as
was
well.
brilliant.
But aside from that, we were able to purchase our cubicles out of some funds that we had saved over the past couple years. And then we were able to then donate the cubes that we had at the admin office to IT.
I agree, and they've made good use of
Yes.
almost all of our prior vehicles.
Right,
And
right.
if you haven't seen their operation on Ford, they're basically using our handy-down cubes. They don't look handy-down.
Yeah.
With Tamara's assistance, one of her employees has done an outstanding job of maybe assets, the whole facility. From the oven to the ice machine, all kinds of equipment went to various county offices. I think we ended up surplusing just over a dozen different items amongst that 2 40-year-old typewriters. So it's we made excellent use of our former assets, and all of a sudden made the move with just a few dents and dinks. So,
Right.
Great. That's great.
any other questions?
Thank you. We have an optional break. Plow right through. Do we have anybody from the district attorney's office?
They are getting lined up now.
Okay.
Gonna take a break, you?
Sure, yeah. You want to?
5 minutes?
Coffee refill.
Yeah. Drink coffee.
We need to do something about
So
that.
mine is
A little coffee. bar. I know-
Keurig.
Well, they don't-
After, yeah.
Yeah.
I got that.
Donuts.
I thought I could go back to my waiting. Did you really? Okay.
Yeah, no, not
I'm gonna go get some good coffee soon. It's like, come on, we used to have like books on like every.
Oh, no, I do not want that. I do not.
Yeah, no, it's not, so this was.
This is really good.
It doesn't run anything like this, and this is like, it's like 70.
I don't know how to do it.
Sorry.
Let's see.
I'm getting ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah. Not kidding you. Even not kidding.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay, I will.
Right, so it
I'll
makes sense.
leave that there.
Closest I'll get.
You can take it down. I can close that. That's okay. You said so, yeah. Yeah, but you never know, right?
I saw a Reddit anime. Excel developer.
Right.
And it was really fascinating to like, get your.
You can give everyone.
I thought it was-
Figure out what's kind of a heads up. Weird, right?
We will.
Yeah, yes.
So you want me to do something to do over here?
No, I don't think so. I'm gonna take this out and then, so if somebody needs to zoom in, they can do that. Right. Yeah, got it.
You can, unless you think we're gonna repurchase.
No, I'm not gonna refer to anything.
You're done. Okay.
Okay, so.
Favor?
Yes.
All
Good
right.
morning.
Good morning. What?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
This is what I found last time.
Yeah.
Usually I found it just before. Close tabs. Okay. Where's this? From this side, I just.
I'm born, you should ask for some. You should ask for some.
I know.
You're here,
I know,
attention.
right? Well,
You can buy some.
yeah, yeah. Okay.
Hello?
All right.
We're good.
I'm asking.
From my computer. Okay, so it would be updated.
You can help me there?
I don't know.
And we are live.
Thank you.
Back in session.
Back in the session. Right. Nikki's not here yet. We wait on her. 30 seconds.
Here we waiting on.
Vicki Adams. Yep, she should be here in just any second.
It's a minute for commissioners and 30 seconds for deputies. Tenure is the.
But today she's.
That's true.
I mean, she gets a minute and a half.
It's good roll. Good. Yeah, your boots look nice. Polished.
That's, Christmas, I mean, that's Christmas.
I think we'll proceed.
Yeah, we've got it recorded. You can go.
Absolutely. Please state your name and occupation.
Douglas A. Wilson. I am Assistant District Attorney for Tulsa County. And Chief of the Civil Division.
Robert Harmon, I'm the Finance Director for the District Attorney's Office.
All right. So I just thought I'd recap just a little bit what our office did for y'all last year. It was a busy year. We're litigating 3 separate class action lawsuits and have been for several years. Last year, we got the dismissal of the Dari New case against the Juvenile Center. We got the dismissal of the VOCC and the Joshua Sesser civil rights case. We got dismissed 3 applications for writs mandamus against the sheriff's office filed by Paul Fay with the Supreme Court. We got dismissed the VOCC from a negligent road maintenance case. We got dismissed a case against the VOCC and Deputy Harley involving a negligent automobile traffic accident. Michael Schaus and Tim Harris tried the McBride case against the sheriff's office. And although that resulted in a judgment of $181,000, plaintiff's damages were clearly in excess of that. I thought Tim and Mike did a great job in that case. We got a dismissal of a mandamus action brought against the court clerk regarding marriage licenses. We had 2 pro se civil rights lawsuits dismissed. We settled another one for $5,250. We got the fines, fees, and costs class action lawsuit dismissed. And it looks like we're going to wrap up Ebony Wilson's court claim that we talked about a week or 2 ago against the county. We also have 2 civil rights lawsuits being defended for free by the Norman Woolgamuth law firm pursuant to an indemnity contract with Turnkey. I'd like to thank the sheriff and his office's solid relationship with Turnkey, which helps us invoke that indemnification clause. And they step up and hire Norman and Woolgamuth to defend us regarding issues that arise in the jail medical facilities. Last year, we gave quite a lot of advice regarding COVID-19 to county officials. It seemed to be a new issue, as well was the McGirt decision and the presence of the Creek Reservation here in Tulsa County, which required a lot of time. We negotiated a detention system agreement with the Creek Nation on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. We did an agreement for the distribution of $42.5 million worth of CARES Act money through TDA. We did another ERAP agreement with Restore Hope for $17.5 million. We entered into an agreement, which we pretty much drafted from scratch, to house homeless at the old juvenile bureau. Last year was George Floyd's death and Black Lives Matter. We certainly provided a lot of advice regarding those issues. There were open records requests from the attorneys who are prosecuting the Tulsa race massacre case. And I was glad to see that our responses evidently met with their approval, because they sued everyone else who didn't properly respond. So I was certainly glad that we handled that.
Still waiting on
correctly.
one.
Okay.
We got 28,000 emails to sift through.
Just take
No
the time.
worries.
But we're doing it, right?
That we are.
Last year was also the 2020 election, and the election board had a number of issues regarding COVID-19 and conducting an election, particularly conducting an election this particular year when there was a lot of talk about elections being rigged. Sheriff helped out with moving things, early voting to the stadium, and that worked out real well. There was a lawsuit filed against the sheriff's office to get everyone out of jail because of COVID-19. It's a TRO. We successfully defended that. We put together a zinc dam operating agreement. And Jim tells me we also worked on a project management plan for the Arkansas River restoration. And we did all that in the midst of our hundreds of contracts and policy reviews and bankruptcy cases for the treasurer, Liz pendants for the treasurer, condemnations, quiet titles, easements, street vacations, and just answering everybody's questions that come up every day. We did it at the same price we did it last year. And this year, we're asking to hold that flat price. I would be I would not be doing justice, however, if I didn't tell you that I had concerns. We do have a fifth open spot. It has been hard to fill at the price that we can pay. There is a Broken Arrow is looking for a city attorney. Their starting salary is between $66,000 and $105,000. That's what we're competing with. Our only real asset is the civil division in the DA's office is our people. We don't have lots of equipment. We don't have big expenses going anywhere. I mean, we might have 15,000 at most, maybe to attend CLEs in any given year. But it's our people that make our office run. I couldn't be prouder of the people that I've worked with. They are all professionals. They are all very smart and very dedicated. They come early, they stay late, and they give y'all good advice. I'm very concerned that other folks are going to be stealing me, and you want to get the best advice. So as we move on throughout the year, if I find a good candidate, I may be back asking for some kind of supplement. But right now, we're at a flat rate.
What's our opening salary?
55. And that would currently put us over budget this year if we were to do that.
I know personally appreciate your work and Jim's, who I deal with quite a bit, help me in our office immensely on a lot of issues, and be very responsive. Appreciate all that you do. And we, need to look at being competitive as well, because you get what you pay for, and we certainly deserve good people in these positions to make important decisions. So, yes, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, of the county portion, I'm just curious, the overall funding of the office and of the state component. Well, what percentage of the overall budget of the DA's office is county contribution?
The total state appropriations we received is about 6.5 million. So, I mean, 10%. Yeah, 10%.
Yep. Michael.
Doug or Rob or Steve, if, in discussing the competitiveness issue with Broken Arrow, Tulsa, and any other municipality or government entity that will be hiring attorneys, have you put any thought to what you think, if you were able to revamp civil division salary schedule and make all the positions competitive, do you know what that might look like, or do you have any thoughts or ideas on that?
We're looking probably at about a 50,000 increase. And I say that with this in mind. I expect to give most of that back the first year we would get the increase, because I wouldn't be using all of it. The way I work with my folks is if they do good work and they're dependable, and I would give my stuff to them any minute, of which most of them fit that category. They get raises because I need to keep them here. I can't do it myself. The only reason we get things done is everybody works together as a team. So I need to keep giving them raises as time goes by, or they're going to be answering ads like this. I think they enjoy working here. They enjoy working with y'all, but they've got families and they've got careers. And so I wouldn't expect just to do a dump on the office. I don't think that's responsible. I would expect to reward those folks who deserve a reward. And if folks aren't working for it, I just would not bump their salary simply to be competitive. But there was someone who was looking for a job out of southwestern Oklahoma. They were moving to Tulsa, and she was already making about 70 some odd $1,000. And I just, as much as I wanted to hire her, I couldn't bring her in. She would have been a great fit, you know, could have hit the ground running. So I hope that answers your question.
Any other questions?
Just a comment, and I second everything Doug says about the people he works with, and Doug, including in that realm, we depend on them quite a bit. Not only for the big lawsuits that you hear of, but on a day-to-day basis. It's quite common for us to call Doug or somebody in his office to ask for advice, direction. They are invaluable to the county, I can assure you that, especially the sheriff's office, especially with all the litigation that occurs in our part of the world. So, again, for what it's worth, they do a tremendous job, very dedicated, and certainly do not get paid enough.
I might want to add in just a word of appreciation. It was really difficult for me to let my civil division go over to this building. As you can well tell, just by access, just being able to go one floor down and talk with that crew was important to me, but I also recognize how important it was to the county to have that kind of access over here. And we're certainly making that work, but in an odd sort of way. I hate to think that the pandemic enabled us to see a lot of things about the importance of spacing. So just maybe it was prescient that somebody had the wisdom to say, let's get the civil division over here in this building, but that has enabled my office to be able to relocate 2 and 3 stacked up people. You've seen it, Karen, you've seen it, just how stacked up we are. So just literally the move over here, the quality of the building that you all have moved my people into. I'm very much appreciative. It's a wonderful layout. So just thank you for that, for making that available to us. I didn't see it that way at the beginning, what you asked for, but it's actually laid out very well for us.
Well received. Enjoy having it here for sure. So, any other questions? All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, absolutely.
What do you guys want to know about the public defender's office?
Well, your name, titles would be a great start.
Corbin Brewster, Chief Public Defender. This is Stacy Crawford, my office administrator. We have a $49,500 budget in the county. That's been relatively consistently at that level for as far back as I've ever looked in the history of this office. I'd say you could look back 10 years and it's probably pretty consistent. I think we're maybe 43,000 6 or 7 years ago. Obviously, one of the biggest things we're facing this year ultimately will be the move from Pythian to the courthouse. I know the Pythian lease is a significant cost to the county that's not in our budget, but nonetheless is paid for by the county. And I think I'm looking forward to moving to the courthouse. I know the county's probably looking forward to not having a lease. I think it's about $280,000 a year. So we're moving from about 24,000 square feet to, I think, about 16,000 square feet of the courthouse, which is going to be resulting most of my attorneys sharing offices, going from individual offices to shared. The county commissioner offices, we're taking the wall out and putting 3 attorneys in each of those. And then we've got a plan for comparably sized shared offices in that space in order to squeeze into the 16,000 feet there. We're really grateful to Vicki Adams and everything she's done with the planning, everything she's done for our office. I know she's juggled a lot with all the agencies that have been moving, but she's been a huge help to us. That's probably the most significant thing in terms of our relationship with the county that we anticipate happening in the next year or so. We asked for 3 additional things to our $49,500 budget this year. The first is a furniture budget for this move. We're taking a lot of hand-me-down furniture from the treasurer's office. The cubicles that were on the treasurer's side on the 3rd floor, we're going to try to reuse and reconfigure. We're just hoping that the pieces come back in the way that we can use that stuff. We've got furniture at the Pythian that I think was bought when our office moved to the Pythian in 1997. A lot of that is still okay, but may not work in the shared office configuration. We could have asked for a lot more on the furniture side. That $50,000 number isn't based on concrete pricing of furniture. It was just sort of an estimate to throw out there. And I don't know if we're moving this year, if we're going to need that money this year, or if it's going to be next year. I just wanted to put that in here so that it's on everyone's plate to understand that we do hope the county helps us with furnishing that office. Title 19, 138.1 is the public defense statute, and it defines what the county should do for a county indigent defense office, and it talks about office supplies and equipment. I interpret that as furniture as well. So that's why we included that. The next piece is the bond document attorney. This is sort of following the DA's presentation. The bond document attorney was something that came into existence a year ago when A lawsuit was filed against the county and the judges in Tulsa County regarding bail practices in Tulsa County. The court fund and our state budget did not increase or fund a new position to staff that pocket. I've absorbed a position, but we've lost an attorney elsewhere in the office in order to do that 7 days a week. I don't know what the cost savings is to the county. I mean, I think that we've endured an unprecedented challenge this year with COVID. I think the bond docket, in my opinion, has been an essential component to keeping people that shouldn't be long stayers in the jail, quick hearing and out of jail. They can make an affordable bond or get a pretrial release. I don't have data and statistics on that, but I would venture to say that's probably in the hundreds of people or hundreds of days saved of people that would otherwise be in our jail. And I think that savings would probably exceed what we're asking for in funding that position. The county, to my knowledge, has never funded a full-time position in our office, which makes this a sort of novel request. But given the cost savings and the lack of funding from the state, I included that in our request as well. And that 81,000 is salary and benefits, I think calculated at 50,000 per salary. And then the final third request is 15,000 for continued legal education. And that's another component of 138.1. The county has that obligation to provide for our office. We have always paid for our CLE out of our state budget. It's not come out of our county budget. I put 15,000 there because that would include the cost of our traditional annual CLE for all the attorneys in our office called CDI, and it would slide that from our court fund state budget to the county budget per that statute that I mentioned. Those are our three requests. The state of the office is strong. We have a $5 million state budget. 16% of that goes into our county pension because we participate in that. So we have a high turnover rate because attorneys come young to the PD's office and get experience and then move on. So I think we're positive payors in terms of the county pension. We also participate in health insurance with the county, which has gotten more expensive and less coverage for us. Our deductibles have more than doubled in the last 3 years. That's another sort of cross section of the public defender's office in the county. But again, I think it helps the county that we participate in that. The collective bargaining of that benefits package includes our 60 full-time employees. So anyone has any questions, happy to answer.
Questions? Yes. Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This might be related to the budget numbers, but Pythian lease, are we on a month-to-month basis, or are we going to have an extended contractual commitment following the exit of the office over to the former space?
We're currently waiting on a final number from someone upstairs. We have it plugged in at a little over what the typical increase is year over year. The last year of the previous lease will expire at the end of FY21. I have it budgeted for next year, I think at about $293,000 total for the whole year, which is an increase of about, about 10,000, a little over 10,000.
The projected date of the move to the new facilities, and are we able to negotiate for less than a year lease? So it's timed appropriately with when you anticipate exiting the space.
There is a component of the Pythian lease that allows for a pro rata reduction if we move out. So we occupy, I think it's on 30,000 square feet over there. If that were to be reduced, that the lease amount is reduced on a per rata basis, which is a pretty interesting provision in a lease. I think it basically allows an exit from the lease. I mean, if we reduce that to zero, my reading of that term would mean that we're out of that lease, notwithstanding a year extension.
So we,
Go ahead.
if we fund this, bond attorney, would that be an ongoing every year request?
Yes, as long as the bond docket is going, it's 7 days a week, so we've staggered an attorney that works Saturday and Sunday to work that docket.
What would be salary on that?
50.
50. Tyler, I know I'm putting you on the spot. If you know, I mean, do you know the savings that we might be incurring as a result of Sunday bond docket and people getting out?
Off the top of my head, the number, no, but I do know it's probably substantial.
Exceeds 50,000?
People or like dollar amount?
Dollar amount. If you know, if not, don't worry. I know it's-
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Any other questions?
Corbin, have you all, sure we already know the answer to this question, but your state funding, are there any prospects of any sort of increase or change or anything like that to?
I think that there's a prospect of it tightening up this year. I mean, I'm hearing state revenue is better than what was projected last year. We have a new chief justice who's the chief administrator over the court fund. And he was sworn in January and nearly immediately froze our budget. So we had open positions and we had unused salary in the budget that I was unable to fill and use. We just got that sort of reopened for March. I'm not real optimistic that we're going to get any budget increase this year. We're on the same fiscal year calendar, but I'm expecting probably, hopefully a flat budget at the state level. And that's about 5 million a year.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sheriff. I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, you can get them. Walk the
I can
court.
assure you, it exceeds.
Don't trip over the court, Brad.
But how much did I see it?
Looks like you have at least.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly, so you can't directly attribute that. That's better cost, but anyway, try and get it.
One. For the record, name?
Christina Morrison, Sheriff's Office, CFO of the Sheriff's Office.
Just quickly before we get started, I'm sorry, Brad Johnson. I'd like to welcome back Christina.
Sure.
I told them I had you back before April 6th. I had a budget.
I told her, yeah. Anyway, welcome back. We're
Thank you.
Very happy to have you back.
Ours is really simple on the general fund. On our main general fund, we are asking just for a flat budget. So we kind of moved some things around to make it work, but not asking for any kind of target overrun on our general fund. Does anyone have questions about this budget?
Any questions? Michael?
Yes, sir.
Or just generally move positions around between funds or?
Yes, so we had, along with a little bit of attrition of higher salary folks, and putting in those vacancies at the starting, and plus, some duties have switched to where they moved to the jail to do, jail functions and other payrolls. We were able to reduce our payroll a little bit on our general fund.
Great.
Okay, moving on to the records and warrants. This is also a flat budget. We were able to give back a significant amount. Stephen, remind me, we used this existing year that we could help supplement the E911 fund. Is that correct, that we voted on, or it was voted on at the budget board?
No, that was taken from,
The courthouse security?
yeah,
that's
courthouse
206?
security. It
Okay.
used to be transferred to the sheriff's
Right.
cash fund, and now just.
And I think there was a concern that at the end of the year of this year, we were gonna kind of be in trouble on E911. And so I projected on records and warrants that we would have some left over, and so we offered that up to maybe if
Yes,
the E911 fund needed it, we were coming under budget on records and warrants.
yep, and that was $100,000. It was transferred out last month.
Okay, so, but I did put back in a flat budget, just, not foreseeing if there's any needs. I didn't, so if there's leftover money, of course, it can be returned at the end of the year. But it's already been dedicated to E911. But are there any questions about the records and warrants budget?
Questions?
Okay.
Excellent.
And then our last item, this is the only target overrun. And I know this has been a topic for over the last year because of legislative changes. Our revenue has decreased in our E911 fund. And so this year for overall, we're asking for a target overrun of $500,000 for operations. And as Stephen mentioned, we've already changed that supplement of the general fund from courthouse security, which we do ask for every year, $206,000 to go to courthouse security, but that is self-sufficient. So we're asking that $206,000 go to the E911 fund. So really, we're asking for an additional $294,000 to supplement E911 because of the revenue decrease.
So I'm sorry, so the 206,000 that used to be for courthouse security. So last year
we used some of that for vehicles. Is that correct?
Yeah, and so for the budget for this current year, that 206,000 that used to be for courthouse security, 106 of it is in your general fund budget. It was for cars.
Okay.
On top of
Gotcha.
that, we had a target overrun of 94 that was approved last year for vehicles in the sheriff's general fund account. And then $100,000 of it was moved into for fiscal year 2021. It's in the general government account.
Okay.
And that transferred over into E911. And so right now for this year, we just move over $100,000 into E911.
I gotcha. So.
Yeah, so right now that's reflected in the budget.
Okay, so we're gonna need to ask for 400,000 basically in a target overrun for E911.
Questions?
For any of you, I guess, and I know we talked a little bit about this in the budget board meeting and in the fiscal committee meeting last month, but have we thought about, I guess, or what's the latest on the legislation, and have we thought about a mid to long-term plan? Clearly, we have to do 911, but some sort of plan to mitigate, utilizing general fund money to supplement 911.
Well, a great point. As to the legislation, we are very, very much in the dark as to where that's at. As you know, anytime the legislature is asked to raise any fees of any kind for any purpose, and they run away from that issue at a very fast pace. There are certain things that we're looking at right now, Michael, that I hope will continue to be looked at. There are more and more consolidation of dispatching services taking place around the state, and hopefully there will be some opportunities in the not too distant future for us to take advantage of that. And because of the beautiful facility that's soon to open its doors up there, will give us a great opportunity to take full advantage should that situation arise. But the long-term effect obviously is twofold. We either try to decrease our expenses, which we basically are not in our control, or we try to increase our revenue. And that is a two-part system, whether it be through the fees or through the contracted services that we may be able to generate. I know I talked around that issue like a big full circle, but there's really no specifics that can identify where we go. I might just tell you a couple of facts that I learned recently. We talk about a $400,000 general fund appropriation to this project. Interesting to know that Rogers County contributes almost $600,000 out of their general fund to that 911 center operation. So it's not an unusual event for county general funds to be involved in 911 operations. And I think as we've talked about in other meetings, the new thing now, as far as the technology is concerned, is called next generation 911. Karen, so you may get on your phone and text a 911 emergency message and it goes to our dispatch center. They're not only going to have to get that message via text, but they're also going to have to identify where you did it. That technology is horribly expensive. We cannot afford it to. Okay, but it is hundreds of thousands, maybe even 7-digit figures to implement. So another interesting point is I think in the new bill that Congress has just passed, there's some money, about $15 billion of not monies that are specifically for 911 operations. So how that trickles down to the state, what allotment we get, and how that's distributed then to the county level or the city level, I'm not sure. Did that help? Yeah, sorry.
I thought you might have some magic bullet related to the legislation. Say, if this legislation passes, then we'll get 350,000 of these dollars covered.
Well,
but I know I know we're in the time of heavy negotiations, state capital, and there's lots of moving parts. So, but yes, it did give me a hard time.
May I take a moment to introduce one of our proteges here, one of our youngest members newest members of our financial team, Tyler Furness, has joined us. He is now the manager of Inmate Accounting. He also has bonds and release, does inmate records, and is in charge of the commissary, which has been a very profitable operation. It's profitable to the point of a $1.4 million camera upgrade to the jail, along with a lot of other capital projects that have been funded that might not otherwise have been possible because of that. So Tyler has assumed those duties, has a banking background, and is working more and more with Christina and I to further his knowledge in county government. Have to somewhat question one's sanity and wanting to get involved in this, but I think it'll be okay.
Great.
Yeah, I might add though, unless there's any other questions for Brad or Christina, similar to what Doug did, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't provide an outlook of what moving forward in the future means for the sheriff's office. Just in the last 2 to 3 weeks, we've had 9 deputies that resigned and retired. The ones that resigned are taking jobs in the real estate business, which is probably what disappointing time. But the idea is that they're going on to better paying jobs. We did an analysis of area law enforcement, and we are close to the bottom of the list in terms of what we pay our deputies on the certified side. Yet the workload is we're near the top in terms of what we do on this side of the fence. So all that to say this is that we project another 6 deputies will be retiring. We're already down, and I don't know the exact number unless you do, Christina.
About 13 total that we know of for the year.
So we do have an emergency fix. We currently work with Tulsa Housing Authority and have about 6 or 7 deputies there. We also have Tulsa Tech contract where we have approximately 15. We're nearing the point where we may have to dissolve those programs and bring those deputies back just to fill spots at the sheriff's office and ensure that we are providing our core services. What that means is that we lose Tulsa Tech contract, we lose Tulsa Housing Authority, which both are very important and do significant amount of work in those respective areas. But that would only be a Band-Aid. I would anticipate if we were to make that move, and we are very close to that, taking deputies out of those positions and putting them around the various parts of the sheriff's office, we'll probably expect to lose half of them to resignations. It's just a fact. So we are in critical area now on the certified side. I don't have to tell you about the detention side. We've been critical there for quite some time. And if you're looking for why or an answer to it, I don't know. Nobody wants to work in law enforcement at this point in time. We've got plenty of jobs, or they're seeking better paying jobs elsewhere. And our recruiting efforts have been exemplary. Our HR unit does a fantastic job of trying to hit every corner of the earth to find employees. But again, we're not unique in this. Law enforcement as a whole is having those same problems. But as it relates to what our concerns are here at the county, that's what's going on in the sheriff's office. And that's the picture of our very near and long-term future.
Sheriff, what is the revenue? What does that mean to the office for THA and Tulsa Tech?
Well, we get cars out of it where they pay salaries. Tulsa Tech, same thing, I think. They pay
Tulsa Tech will pay for 1 or 2 cars. They do 2 cars every other year and 1 every other year. So, but it's a reimbursement for salaries and benefits. But as far as our training, our equipment, our ammo, things of that nature, they don't reimburse us for that. So it's basically salaries and benefits.
But I would add that the partnership there has also provided a portal for detention. We get a lot, we hire a lot of graduates from Tulsa Tech for detention. We're looking at dispatchers in the near future. I know they're talking about getting a dispatch program, which would be great because we fund one right to us. So we enjoy that partnership. Now, THA, different story, although they do provide for, I think, 6 cars, salaries. You know, we don't get any revenue from that other than providing.
It's not a problem.
And the tech thing, if you can hold on to it, sounds.
What are we doing on vehicles this year? Generally, we have a discussion on vehicles.
Well, from the budgetary standpoint, Michael, the answer to your question is not enough as usual. You know, in the discussions and understanding the tough economic times that we may be facing, we've been very modest in our approach to the request of vehicles. Are we gaining ground? Very little. You know, as I told you several years ago, I think we'll take this back about 3 years ago. The problem with our vehicle situation was that the Sheriff Regalato's predecessor bought 40 vehicles in 2 consecutive years. Okay, and obviously these things are going to come to the end of their life cycle in a very inopportune time and way. And now we are hitting that roadblock. We're trying to keep our head above water. And I'm going to tell you, it is almost as desperate as our personnel issues in the jail. Could we certainly utilize and appropriately apply to our operational schematics another $400,000 or $500,000 for the vehicles? Yes, indeed. It would be a major help. because we've got to get past this break even point, if you will. And we're just not doing it. So I hope that's clear. Yes, if at the end of the day, there's $400,000 or $500,000 in the general fund that could be appropriated to that, would be a major boost to the overall program and to the reconciliation of the problems that have been given to us from the past.
As far as the line item for this year's budget request, I had adjusted things and increased the car account by 97,000. So it went from 203 last year's budget request to 300 on that line item, but still keeping within the flat budget.
How much does a vehicle cost these days? Like, and what are we buying these days versus I know what we used to buy? I know we're doing different things, which I appreciate because I look at them and wonder, but just
Ford Explorer seems to be the most feasible option. It's for the money and for its performance and the law enforcement package. It's the best deal. It's cheaper. It's about 4,000 cheaper than a Tahoe. But we looked at Durango, we looked at Rams, we looked at the Tahoes, but the Ford Explorer seems to be the most feasible option for the money.
To answer your question, around 35,000,
Yes,
probably. That's equipped.
that's with all the law enforcement equipment.
Yeah. So you can see, I mean, right now, obviously there are two major funding mechanisms and separations of equipment. Those on the jail side, those on the general fund side. Obviously, the jail side has been blessed with a financial scenario that does not limit us much at this point in time to keeping up and getting rid of those bad vehicles. The general fund side is the one that's in total disarray. And quite honestly, if we're not buying 15 cars a year for the next 3 or 4 years, then we're simply not making any. And that's just the bottom line truth. So, like I said, 15 cars would do a remarkably good job in getting some of those 150, 160 plus thousand mile units off the street. It also has a double-edged effect in relationship to the fact that not only are we losing the downtime of that vehicle, it's also putting an undue burden on the county maintenance. Because they are continuing to stockpile our old vehicles that we're just trying to keep running so that people will have them to drive. So it does have a dual effect that you would probably see on another part of the budget as well.
Yes, that's right.
Since we're on the topic of vehicles, what's the total head count in the fleet? And does the state law allow you to surplus them out and put that money back into new vehicles?
Only the money must go back to the fund for which it was spent from. So if it were a general fund purchase, then obviously the proceeds would go back to the general fund. If in the past, as we have done, if we purchase some from the cash fee account, then we would put those proceeds back to the cash fee.
And I know the state of Oklahoma for a while couldn't tell you how many cars they had. Do you know exactly how many cars you have today?
I cannot tell you the exact number. It's somewhere around 215.
I think it's actually 212, but
Sheriff, can you give us an update on, I see you got some repairs for the Faulkner building, but what the move, when your new headquarters, or is that still moving forward?
well, we're still moving forward with that. We recently hired a company by the name of 2020 who provided us an estimate on what the move would be to complete the existing building, as well as a 10,000 foot administration building. Is around $8 million, but CARES Act money potentially would not, or would, based on their estimates and prior usage of that CARES Act funding for the building, would knock off $1 million, I believe it was, Brad. And to answer your question, it couldn't happen any quicker. Faulkner is literally falling apart. Our elevator just broke down again, and we fixed it for the 4th time. You got to really make sure you have your cell phone with you when you take that ride. You may have to call somebody. Our brick walls are falling down. I mean, you've been there. You just look at it. But nonetheless, that's kind of where we're at. Those stairs are steep.
They are, but they. So, do we have any idea what that real estate's worth?
So 3.5 years ago, we had an appraisal done on the building and it came out to 2.4 million. I suspect it would be a little bit more now. There has been interest in purchase of the building. The company cannot provide that information as to who, what is interested in it. But yes, there's, again, 3 years.
Curious to see. And would that
And what
have
we
to go
would
back to
think-
the general fund?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what I'm assuming, yeah.
And
Okay.
so when you
Yeah.
talk about if we would apply that, it certainly significantly knocks down the price of that. But anyway, so,
Okay.
yeah, and just as a point, and I know we've mentioned before, it's not just the fact that the Faulkner is very old and pretty much useless for a law enforcement agency, but more critical is that we also have property room in there that has several hundred pieces of evidence for several hundred cases. And quite frankly, it's kind of like the elevator. We just wait for something to happen in there and it would be catastrophic.
Well, I'll echo that as far as, the need for a new office is there. Certainly it's outdated. If we can connect the dots and the CARES funding, whether it's this next round or the, future infrastructure package to relocate the sheriff's department, doesn't have to be downtown Tulsa. It can be more in, next to now where the 911 facility is going to be, and Tulsa Police Department has their facility out there at the gun range and ours as well. And to be more centrally located, I say centrally, but in a more non-municipal setting in the unincorporated areas that are growing and whether it's Sand Springs, West Tulsa, West Owasso, Collinsville, that whole area. But if we have an opportunity to find some additional funding, now would certainly be the opportune time to explore that. So
You just like that location?
it's next to Highway 75 and we have assets out there already. We built this big building. It's not being utilized, the county. And so,
You are.
if we can make it happen, we should get all hands on deck and see what we can do to at least identify it, look at it, see if we can make it happen.
And kind of the side effect of having a facility like that, we've talked about how our deputies are certainly underpaid, but we don't expect a magic wand right off the bat to alleviate that problem. But what I would tell you is that in terms of recruiting, you have a facility such as the ones that we are potentially looking at providing, we will essentially have the best, according to the company that we've been working with, and who have done many sheriff's complexes, we will have the best sheriff's complex in at least a 4 or 5 state area. And so when you talk about recruiting other deputies from other agencies, that really will come into play.
Well, I mean, just being in this building.
Yeah, exactly.
Any other questions from the sheriff? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up, OSU Extension. Thank you. All right.
Today. Pardon? I said, you don't want to report or just answer some questions?
Oh, sure. Hey, go over the report.
Okay. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your continued support of our county extension program. And I'm just going to give a few highlights of what we've done this year.
You all state your name,
Oh,
where you're
yes.
from, so we can get it recorded on the record.
We can do that. Jan Dawson, OSU Extension Service. I'm the County Extension Director, and this is Kitty Guy. She is our Senior Administrative Assistant. So I'm just gonna hit some of the highlights. We all know what a crazy year 2020 was, so a lot of our things were virtual or canceled because of COVID-19, but we were able to go from 4,100 followers on our Master Gardener Facebook page alone to 5,700, and we have about 5,200 post engagements per post. They also have 102 YouTube videos with 7,768 views. The school programs that they normally do obviously were canceled, but before we got sent home, or everyone got kind of downsized a little, they were able to provide education to 1,500 children. They also have had 2 television segments on 2 of the local channels, pretty regular. Also, Michelle Bonicelli, our family consumer science educator, has a segment on Channel 6, so she's on there monthly, and when she couldn't go into the studio, we were able to record in our office and send those over, so we were still able to provide that service. The Urban Gardener class was able to still reach 109 people because they took the class online, and the 70 that were enrolled that were in the middle of class were able to finish online as well. The Master Gardeners also partnered with Tulsa City County Library and did some programming for youth through RSU TV. And they are continuing to do the county beautification called Tulsa Blooms. And in that group, we have 425 active volunteers. This year, they were only able to log 12,631 hours, but they normally have a lot more than that. They are just completing a plant sale that has had a very huge success. They have 2,200 pallets that will be picked up at Expo on the 22nd. So there will be a lot of traffic going through there for 2 or 3 days. As far as the ag program, he also does ag and 4-H. So he's been involved in livestock shows, the horse shows, some poultry waste management, worked with several farmers about their hay and the soil and what to do with the soil, what they need to do once the soil samples have been done and they come in. Both he and Gus and Brian provide that information. And this year we only did 1,250 soil tests, and we normally do 2,500 soil tests. So because people weren't getting out and about, that definitely put a dent on some of the things that we did. As far as 4-H, they were still able to increase their enrollment somehow through social media and the different things that they did. And I am very pleased that they did not slow down. They still had fair exhibits coming in, even though we didn't get to have the Tulsa County Fair. They had the 4-H members bring in their items. They had somebody come in and judge them, and they still got ribbons, even though we didn't have the fair. They partner with several schools in the county to do program. I know that we were involved in a Farm to You program at Skytube. That was the last thing we did before schools kind of just closed. And then we did one virtually the last year so that they could still be involved in that. They have also worked with the Community Nutrition Education Program to provide those Farm to You programs, but they also work with them to provide yoga. They do 4-H yoga, and then the Community Nutrition Education Program does a nutrition component. So we are combining that and working with the Union Public Schools to do that. They still had all of their competitive events like Share the Fun and all of those things that they normally do. And a lot of those were done virtually, so they were taped and sent in, and then they were judged. Social media has been a big help in all of our areas, and we've been able to reach a lot of people through that in 4-H, ag, Master Gardeners, Family Consumer Science, and Community Nutrition Education. We also have in that the Chick Embryo Project, and we just sent out 78 projects to classes in Tulsa County. So there were a lot of eggs in our office Monday and Tuesday. We also have the shooting sports, and we now have 4 volunteers that are certified in air rifle, archery, pistol, and shotgun disciplines. And as you know, it takes a lot of people to judge all those activities and events that 4-H do. So in turn, we go and help judge in other counties as well. For family and consumer sciences, Michelle has 10 master wellness volunteers and 20 opioid awareness and prevention master wellness volunteers. And they were able to present 39 classes and reach 400 individuals in that program. And in 2018, Gary Ann, who is the RSVP programs coordinator, went together, and Gary Ann takes care of a lot of the program planning and scheduling on that, and Michelle does the education component for that. So they have been a very good partnership. And in 2020, Michelle applied for and received the Friend of Extension Award on behalf of Gary Ann. So that was very exciting for our office as well. She also works with a Burmese population and has a partnership with Jinx Elementary, where the master wellness volunteers go in and teach a lot of nutrition and financial classes to the students there. She, like I said, continues to do the cooking demos for Channel 6 and she is the volunteer coordinator for the OHCE, the Oklahoma Home and Community Education Group. And as you know, you saw them on TV doing their mask project. So they were able to, I'm going to see if I can find her number. They made 994 masks for local hospitals and medical facilities and various locations in the community. And they also donated 103 boxes of cookies to the employees at the Owasso Bailey Medical Center. And then they had a little thank you note on each sleeve of the cookies to let them know how much they were being appreciated. They also normally work with the Tulsa County Emergency Homeless Shelter to provide the Christmas gifts for them. And they didn't want this to stop them. So they, $3,200 was estimated total of their in-kind donations. And then they had $734 that they donated as well. So they were still able to meet and surpass their goal to help out with that project that they normally do. They also created 50-cent cloths to soothe and comfort NICU babies at St. John's Medical Hospital in Tulsa. And those are cloths that the parents wear for a while and it gets their scent on them, and then they put them in with the babies because they couldn't go in and actually hold their babies like you normally would. The Community Nutrition Education Program staff and Family Consumer Science educator work together to provide approximately 20,000 educational flyers and recipes to local food banks and one of our partners, Food on the Move. And those were shared with participants that came through their programs. The nutrition education assistants continue to do virtual classes and go out in person when we're able to. There are a few groups that are starting to let us come back in. So we're starting to actually go back into the classrooms and do some after school programming. So we're very excited about that. And all of that's just a portion of what we do, because we could go on and we don't have all day. So as you can see, with the 17 employees and over 500 volunteers that we have, that your funding supports, we're able to accomplish a lot. So we feel like we're a pretty good return on your investment. Again, thank you very much for your support. And as you know, customer service is what we do, and we do it well.
So Jan, are you going to start soliciting funds to help? I know in the past you were mailing $1 for some of the premiums for ribbon for stuff. Have you been able to cease and desist on that?
Yes.
Okay.
There is no, they get ribbons, no money.
Okay.
Then they knew that coming in, but they can write that in those record books, which are very important. So.
Okay.
Any questions for Jan? Surely there's something, John, being the bad guy you are.
Great job.
He brings his soul, so he knows what we do.
He's got a truck.
We got new soul probes for you to use.
Clear from Western Oklahoma?
Hey.
Okay. I was gonna say. Yeah, I'm sure people that utilize the extension office are hearing the rumors about the new facility and location, everything. Any comments from some of your members?
Not yet, no.
I mean, just move is always difficult.
Yes.
To change your location.
Well, and that's what we said, we deal with, as far as a lot of time just coming in, we deal with a younger group and we deal with an older group. So I think the ones that we will hear from will be the older group, and we've not actually got to see them in person a lot yet. So we are very excited that tomorrow the Master Gardeners are holding an in-person monthly meeting. So we are very excited.
First time of the year.
Yeah, from the sounds of your numbers, I mean, I get comments from constituents in my part of the world. They absolutely love the program, and, you know, it obviously is doing quite well.
We are doing well and we are growing. So we are very excited.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome. State your name and title.
Good morning. My name is Matt Meyer. I serve as Director of the River Parks Authority. With me today is Lisa Cooper. Lisa is our Manager of Administration and our Budget Czar. Thank you for your support this past year on lots of things, especially for the supplemental CARES funding that we were able to receive. I think everybody in here knows that River Parks is a Title 60 public trust. We're half city, half county. So we go through the budget process for both the county and the city, and we do a lot of grant writing. We were created in 1974, and we believe that River Parks is very important to the quality of life in Tulsa County. I like to tell people when I make presentations before COVID happened to service clubs that we have the largest fitness facility in the county, which is our trail system, and you can access it at no charge. Two major challenges that we faced since we met with the budget board, I guess in 2019. The first one is the 2019 Arkansas River flood, which we all remember that, and then of course COVID in 2020. I'm happy to report that with regard to the river flood, almost all of our repairs have been complete as far as the erosion areas and all that. Thanks to our ability to access the city's Improve Our Tulsa Capital Improvement Fund and a lot of hard work. So we pretty well got that knocked out. The COVID, of course, had a huge impact to our event season last year, knocked out Cinco de Mayo, Oktoberfest, 4th of July, raft race, everything else will open. Most of those will come back this year. One thing that the COVID did do for us, though, however, it really encouraged people to get outside. We had higher numbers on our trail than ever before, especially at Turkey Mountain. I think I sent some graphs out on some of my Friday reports for that. So another thing to mention is, I think I mentioned before in other years, over the now 47-year history of River Parks, for every public dollar that we have been allocated, we have more than matched that with a private dollar. And that's not counting the world-class gathering place. That is separate, and gathering place funds cannot be used in other areas of River Parks. So to supplement our public funding, what we do, we aggressively write grants, both to local foundations, to state, federal agencies, anybody that will possibly give us money. And the other thing we do is we do this event called Wild Turkey every other year. It's a Turkey Mountain. It's a fundraiser, which this year has really morphed more into a capital campaign to implement the first steps of the Turkey Mountain Master Plan, which was privately funded by UKFF last year. So we'd like to get a lot of trail work underway there, and a big effort is underway on our Wild Turkey and implement the master plan. The event itself is September 30th. We hope to raise a couple $1 million, quite frankly, through our sponsorships for that. So that really is our big push for this coming year. So I'd like to turn it over to Lisa to talk a little bit about the budget, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Good morning. Our public support has remained relatively flat the last few years, which we understand, but our expenses have not. Some of the items that we're facing right now is the employer retirement contribution for our employees. That was a mandatory increase that we received from the city, and which, every amount, it adds up. And the audit also, our audit, we have in the situation that now we must complete a single audit for the FEMA flood reimbursement that we received. That's going to cause additional work and stretch stretch our budget even further. Also, our mowing contractor, those we put out to bid every few years, and the current contract, we did see quite an increase. It was over 23,000 per year. Now, the city has given some indication that they are going to cut our budget. They've given us some modest increases the last couple of years, but we're looking at a possible 3% cut from them. So we will just make those funds up, private dollars as needed. However, we're asking that the county does not have that, they also mirror that cut. The city has funded the slight increase the last couple of years, but the county hasn't. So with that cut, it would put us back in line with what the county is currently contributing. We try to make do with all partnerships, as Matt mentioned, that we can, by holding events, but also with partnerships like with GKFF and Quick Trip. And then the Blue Rose.
Yeah, the Blue Rose is being reinvented, actually. They're gonna be called the Yard Bar for what used to be Elwoods and Sand Bar for the old Blue Rose. So they got a lease extension, they remodeled, and Yard Bar is open, and Sand Bar, I believe, is about.
How they do
They struggled for the last couple of years. Well, COVID and the road being closed, they made their minimum monthly payments reluctantly, hoping things are gonna turn around.
Any other questions? On your FEMA funding from the 19 flood, have you received that back all?
You know, initially FEMA comes in, they say we're gonna reimburse you 87.5%, but in real life, that's not quite the way it works. Because the state's 12.5% never happened, and it's not based on what your actual expense is, what their people say it should be. So in more real life, reimbursement's going to be about 45% to 50%. So far, to date, we've gotten, River Parks has gotten $322,000 from FEMA. We have been authorized for a little over 800,000. So we expect about 800,000, and we spent at least 1.6 million. That's not counting Gathering Place. Gathering Place also applied under River Parks, but has separate account.
The spending was from the city of Tulsa's fund.
There was $4 million in the Improve Our Tulsa Fund, a slice of pie dedicated to River Parks for playgrounds, trail repairs and all that. We reallocated 1.8 million of that for the flood repair. And that was for the big contracts. We also did a lot of handwork with our crews and with the CEO.
And when the additional FEMA funding might come your way, or
this century.
Yeah.
It's a very slow process.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
And we're gonna end up spending around 2 million before it's over with. So it's 2 million and we're only gonna expect to receive back 800,000. I mean, it's quite a deficit that we'll have to use.
It's a lot of paperwork to get that. Certainly worth it. No question about that. It's a very tedious process as the county folks know.
Okay, anything else?
Questions,
Mike?
Operations? Mike?
I don't know how much this is involved with your financial plan, but can you talk about homeless camps, activity along the trails? We spend a fair amount of time using the system. I've noticed, like everywhere else, a lot of additional urban outdoors people. And I don't know, I know we've talked about security over the years, had more discussions about that in the last couple of years, I think. But kind of talk about that and how that's working programmatically for you.
Well, I think, I don't know if the press is here or not, but I think we probably have more homeless people now than we've ever had, unfortunately. You may have seen in the paper, we had to clean up last week in the Eagle Preserve area, which was done by a combination of our crew, CEO crews, which is basically a prisoner work program, CEO of the city and volunteers. We work with Becky Lico, I think's her name, and the Way Home program. and the social service agencies, because in the old days, we used to be able to just put a note on the tent, say, you need to be out of here, we'll throw it in the trash in 2 days. But you can't do that anymore. So we're having a more compassionate approach. The social service agents talk to people. Sometimes they want to move, a lot of times they don't. And even when we clean them out with the help of TPD, we don't go unless TPD is with us, because some people are not real friendly. Let's put it that way. So it's a problem. It's an ongoing problem. We spend a lot of resources dealing with it. And we think we have a lot of vandalism. We have homeless people living in the bathrooms in the winter. So if there's a solution, I'd sure love to hear it.
Sure. Well, the solution is enforcement, and not bowing down to the compassionate. And I mean that in quotes, in that we are compassionate, but we shouldn't be welcoming in terms of the homeless population. We should be providing and enforcing, one, the law, two, taking them to places that are programs that are available for them in terms of addiction, mental health, and other things, and job opportunities. Until we change that, you're going to continue to see that population rise. You just come out to the Faulkner if you want to see the other half of that population. So, sorry to be so.
It's unfortunate, yeah.
Well, it's time to be correct.
Thanks. Yes, Mr.
I
Ryan.
understand, I don't know if this is completely on target, but I've observed quite a bit of activity on the trails, especially along the rivers. So, what mechanism do you use to do red count to your daily traffic?
We have a couple of infrared counters. I can send you some data that we've had. I don't have any current numbers to tell you, but I'll email you some stuff.
Other thought comes to mind, I know that occasionally incident with motorized scooters, anybody trying to sue River Park over that on?
Not yet, but we do not like the scooters. We didn't invite them. We think they're a bane. The scooters and homeless are the two banes to River Park.
And scooters, because
scooters, a lot of scooter riders don't have very good trail etiquette.
Okay.
They're motorized vehicles. The cyclists hate them. They leave scooters laying everywhere in the way of the mowers. We did have an accident last year. Somebody left the scooter on the trail. We had an ORU student wipe out on a bicycle and was seriously injured. She didn't sue us. I don't know if she sued anybody else. So.
And they don't drive them very well. They're not very good at it.
Yeah. You don't need to have much training to get on one. I rode one once. They're fun, but I sure don't like them in the park. But the city has interpreted them or classified them as the same category as bicycles. So there's no enforcement way to get rid of them. There you go.
And they understand your issues with them?
To a certain extent.
Can't fathom why you could mark the trails and say no scooters on our trails.
No motorized vehicles.
Somebody has got to enforce.
They're classified as a bicycle.
Bicycle, it's not a violation of city ordinance.
Change the ordinance.
Well,
Have y'all heard complaints about it? We have. So
I have a person.
our position is, last summer, our position is scooter operators, Bird and Lime, are not supposed to drop them off in the park anymore. If anybody on our staff sees that happen, they're supposed to send me a picture. Last year, on 3 incidences, I had Story Record come and get a bunch of scooters. Haul them off and had to pay to get them back. Now I got their attention, but there's, they lay everywhere. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, the world's changing. I think the city wanted to be a hip city and have scooters, and I agree, they're fun. But there's a downside.
always is.
Any other questions?
One further comment, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate, I like the coffee cup you're using.
Just thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. You have it.
We asked procurement to bump up since we are running a little bit ahead of schedule. So she has come down from tomorrow.
Not high. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you.
yellow book. Look forward.
Thank you.
Are you solo in this?
I'm solo. Matt needs out 6, so you get me. Okay.
State your name and title, please.
Megan Blackbird, Assistant Procurement Director. Thanks for having me. Ready for me to get started? Okay. So I gave you just a little 2-page handout that I'll walk through. Essentially, for our department, our budget for the current fiscal year was $485,000. We are projecting to end the year at like $422,000. That $63,000 budget surplus is primarily 0.75% tied to compensation. We've had a vacant position all year. We're looking to fill that either in April or May, so approximately 10 months of a vacant position. Then the other quarter of that comes from non-comp. Obviously, with COVID last year, we had reduced travel. We worked remotely for a lot of the year, so a lot of those typical office supplies that we would be buying when we're here in the office were lower than expected. The budget for current fiscal year versus next fiscal year is up 13.8 thousand. That is directly tied to the increase, that is the salary increase that was approved by you guys in October of last year. Our non-compensation expenses, we are budgeted flat to prior year. So we don't anticipate any increase there. On the back side is essentially just an overview of our 2020 year. We have 5 team members, of course, 1 vacant position, like I mentioned. We processed a little over 23,000 purchase orders. In Annotate, which I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with Annotate, but that's the software that we use to collaborate with the district attorney's office on contract review. We had almost 1,300 documents uploaded for DA review in 2020, which is about 580 higher than the year prior. So you can 2020 was definitely an atypical year in many regards, and that was definitely one of them. There was more money to be spent with CARES funding, that sort of thing, that we had additional contracts for. We have a vendor portal where our vendors get notified of bid opportunities. We've got a little over 2,500 vendors registered on that portal, which is almost 800 increase from prior year. Title 61 bids, which are our big construction bids, we had 10 of those in 2020, which totaled a little over $5 million. And we listed out some of the examples there of the bigger projects that happened, most notably the Ray Jordan renovations, which are kicking off now. And then just general bids, not construction related. We advertised 46 last year, which was down 18 from the year before. But if you see there, exemption spending was up 523% because of all the CARES funding. That's basically the spending that we didn't go through the normal bid process because we had exemptions there. So you're looking at almost $100 million there.
You like that?
Yeah. And then, of course, state GSA, which is federal, and purchasing cooperatives, that spend was up 15% over prior year because we're trying to direct people to those purchasing avenues that we have at our disposal without having to bid it ourselves. Because sometimes we get better pricing when it's a national thing like state or like the federal or purchasing cooperatives. So that is our 2020 year in review. Any questions?
Questions?
I would make a comment that you and Matty have really moved our operation in this regard into the 21st century over the last 3 years.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been remarkable, especially, I mean, for those of us who've been around, not that we had it bad before, but there was a lot more paper. I know that our office has utilized a lot, not a lot, but in some big ways, some of the additional avenues you all have helped us open up with co-ops and all that kind of stuff. So it's really changed the way we operate that way. So it's been really good.
I appreciate it.
Ms. Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You started the presentation with 5 team members and one vacancy. Does that mean that with you and Mandy, there's 2 other current employees in the office? Or 3?
There are 3 other currently. So Matt and myself, we have 2 procurement coordinators and then 1 buyer right now. So our additional position will be a P card administrator. So the idea is, once we move to Workday and we have a tool to be able to manage P cards, that we would get them for the county. And that's what that additional resource will do.
Any other questions? Love the 2020 year in review. That's
Thank
easy.
you.
Yep. Great. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
And anybody else want to squeeze in? All right, we will adjourn. What time does everybody want to be back as the state on time?
1:20.
It's gonna be the room 132 in the afternoon session.
Okay, behind us. Great.
Yes.
Can we leave this stuff in here or is this gonna?
Yeah, if you like it, that'll be. We're gonna set. Yeah.
Stuff in there, okay?
Recess.
So we can put these together.
Yeah.
Georgianne, you need me to
I'm sorry, I have the wrong number. Tulsa County Budget Reviews, 2021, April 6th, 2021, room 132 PM session.
That was fast. What?
Ready, more coffee?
I was gonna say, that's,
I'm the only one for drinking coffee.
I think I've seen a few of the other ones fill it up, but aside from that, yeah, I'm not sure. It is going smooth. The coffee or?
You're a funny dude.
I do try. I do try.
Oh, my gosh. How come you guys didn't get married right away? You guys waited?
Me and Victoria?
Yeah.
Because it was in our financial best interest to not.
Oh, really? Yeah?
So
This is what I hear from maybe Chili.
Adam was on Sooner Care
Yeah.
because she was on Sooner Care when he
I
was
see.
born.
Okay.
And then we had to pay for the.
Hey,
third-
Aaron.
Yes.
Hey, you guys are on video.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know.
Where's the mute button?
You're so sweet.
But to say it's still open and it's on YouTube, so.
Yes.
Heard Georgiana was down here.
She will be.
Did you mute it now?
How do we mute it?
Yeah, how do we mute it?
Oh,
So,
and the other one we could.
right here, maybe? Oh, is that where it is? I haven't seen this.
I'm good if you just mute it for a while.
Aaron, what time are y'all supposed to be back?
$120.
1:20? Okay, I have to let Joe know. He's in class.
We have officially unmuted.
Thank you.
Sure. Oh, please, yeah.
Hey, we put those down there.
Spread
it out. Spread it out.
Mr. Ryan.
Give one to Mr. Wright.
You got a 3 month, yeah, there you go.
Does sheriff want to partake in it? Yes, he does.
Sure,
Yes, he
why not?
does.
No, chocolate.
When the sheriff starts getting cranky.
Next time.
Always the
yes.
I can go get the bag.
Okay, bring it back.
I've got more.
We're always in better mood when we have chocolate.
Okay. Okay. You want, right?
All right. We aim to please.
I don't know how to crowd
Mike, wait here. Should we prepare?
As far as I know.
There she is. Mom, do you want some candy? She got it. Or she's got to get you.
Oh, thank you.
I'll be back.
We will, we're ready. We'll call for the budget meeting, special budget board meeting. Next up is Tulsa Futures. And would you please state your name and title? Up here, yeah.
Arthur Jackson, Senior Vice President of Economic Development.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. How y'all doing?
Yeah, well, we better. We'll have a break and have some lunch.
Good.
And chocolate, so you're in a good place.
All right. Didn't bring us any though, right?
That's right. Go right ahead.
All right, so this is the executive summary for Tulsa's Future Road to Recovery. So this year, we have decided to pivot away from our longer-term Tulsa's Future campaign. Going into 2022 is when we will start that. So for this year, what we're really focused on is really rebuilding our workforce, a talent pipeline, as well as adding some new tools to our tool chest, like a researcher, which we hired this week. Also, we promoted from within a new senior director to really engage with marketing. And our biggest piece with the marketing is really going after new investment and targeting companies to start building those key relationships with moving forward. Because traditionally we've done site consultants, and site consultants are not going to tell Tulsa's story or a region's story. And so our marketing efforts will really be spent this year and moving beyond and targeting companies. Key relationship building, business retention and expansion. So this program is really focused on how do we help our local companies here in Tulsa. So that's getting in front of them, having meaningful engagement with them, understanding any challenges as well as successes. We should have a number of announcements that come out this year just from local companies adding headcount and growth. And so we really need to continue to work on those relationships that we come out of. And that is all I have for you. Open any questions?
Any questions? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And forgive me, the name again one more time.
Arthur Jackson.
Arthur, Mr. Jackson, I noticed that the percentage increase is fairly strong given the flat budget guidance the rest of the county offices are operating under. And I'm wondering if it was shared with you what the anticipated revenue picture of the county is going to look like this year.
No, I'm brand new in this role. Full disclosure, I'm a little over a month in.
Okay. All right, and I don't suppose there's anyone else here from the chamber that could provide you?
No, we were not anticipating any, based off, I guess, previous hearings, we're not anticipating any questions, since it's already been approved, to my understanding.
I can speak to the 125,000. FY 21 is the last year of the 5-year agreement for the $75,000 amount. The 125 was previously approved. Originally, it was to be paid out in FY 21, but because it wasn't previously budgeted, we had requested if it could be moved into the payment could be budgeted for FY 22, and then the 125,000 will be paid out within FY 22.
And if you refresh my memory as to when it's actually approved, was that action by the Florida County Commissioner?
I believe it was earlier, I think the first part of March, perhaps.
Yeah, I was gonna say last month.
Yes.
And I suppose that Mr. Jackson, follow up if I may.
Absolutely.
I suppose you're completely unprepared to answer the next question, but I will ask it, perhaps, maybe even a researcher might take this on as a project, but I'm not aware of any statutory, constitutional, or other provision that essentially authorizes us to invest in a private organization. You know, we have a large number of businesses that are essentially gone out of business this past year because of the difficulties of COVID. And this contribution partially imposed upon them through mandatory property taxes is not something that is voluntary on their behalf, basically extracting it from some of the businesses to pay to a voluntary organization. So with those thoughts, I appreciate the opportunity to ask the questions.
Mr. Wright.
Arthur, I just want to welcome you to Tulsa County.
Thank you.
And we are very excited to have you here in Tulsa. This is where we live.
I was glad to be here for the first time, and apologies, was not expecting this. I did ask some questions. Okay, what am I walking into today? So now I know.
When you get back, go ahead and split my knee on a headlock. Tell him.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
It would be my first call after this.
And a Dutch rub.
Yes.
Well, we certainly appreciate all the effort of the Tulsa Chamber and the Futures Program has been successful for the region. But as Mr. Wright suggested as well, you know, our budget's flat.
Yes.
We've committed to this previously, and we might be honor our commitments, but moving forward, what the picture might look like, we just don't know yet.
Fair enough.
Hopefully, you know, there might be some other opportunities from additional funding through some of the federal programs that might assist in other arenas for, you know, helping the job market get retrained and whatnot.
Yes.
Things we're looking at right now that should help the region. But anyway, appreciate everything. If there's no other questions, Arthur, we'll move on. I appreciate it. Welcome to Tulsa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Next up.
They call me Andy.
No.
I'm trying to make you happy.
Afternoon. For the record, please state your name and job title.
Rich Freer, Executive Director.
Right.
Nice to be here in the new surroundings. So my first time.
Wow.
Staff here. Looks great. And all of you are up at the same diets. Which is very nice. So, I'll try to be brief. Know you're on schedule or ahead of schedule at this point, but so budget request that you have is a flat budget request in terms of the continuing operation. And that is flat. This would be the third year in a row at this same funding level. I'm not counting the one-time expenditures, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But this encapsulates all of the various impact programs that Tulsa County participates in. You all have been a partner with the Tulsa Metropolitan Area Planning Commission back to the early 1950s. We provide staff to that. It's a joint city-county board. We provide staff to the Tulsa County Board of Adjustment. It also includes our CTAG, our legislative program, Coalition of Tulsa Area Governments, the Green Country Stormwater Alliance, various planning programs, and a portion of the match for our transportation funding as we serve as the metropolitan planning organization for transportation planning, and it includes a very modest amount in terms of local dollars that go in to match the Older Americans Act programs in the very ages of aging. So that seems all of those functions. I also would mention several things that we have done recently or doing in support of Tulsa County and its various programs and operations. So first of all, John will be pleased to hear that the aerial photography has been flowing. We're not, we beat leaf canopies, so we should have aerials that will be available, and that has been a joint cooperative purchasing program for many, many decades. So we're also working with Alex, with your engineering staff, to try to determine, are there any roads that the county is maintaining that you're not getting funds to the state as they look at their in the process of recording county road miles as the revenues for the state gas tax and motor vehicle registrations are distributed. Also working with the election board, as many of you know, this is the year that redistricting will happen. We have handled that for Tulsa County for the last 3 censuses, working with you and the election board in that regard. We're already doing mapping for the election board. So as we continue to try to support county operations in different ways. So budget request, continuing revenue, $895,284. That is the flat amount that you asked for. And that has been flat. It would be the 3rd year like that. We do have, and I'll comment just a bit more about the overall income budget. So to give you some perspective, our budget that we anticipate for this next fiscal year is a $9.2 million budget. So our budget is at 38% federal funds, about 6% state funds, with the balance being local funds, and Tulsa County paying only a share of that. In this case, it's a whole budget, less than 10% of the entire income budget. We also have a pass-through budget of, so our annual budget expected to be about 9.2 million. It will depend upon final allocations for through the legislature, through a number of state programs, as well as a number of federal programs. We also have a pass-through budget that we pass through about $8 million a year in funding for various state and federal programs. County is a recipient of some of those dollars. And then we have the pass-through budget is $8 million, and then we direct or administer $30 million in terms of overall program. So transportation side, a lot of the dollars that INCOT directs are actual projects that are led by ODOT, by federal law. The decisions on project funding are made by the INCOT board. Many of you serve on that board. We appreciate and thank you for that service. So in terms of budget, we return to the county 50% of the fees to TMAPC. So half go to the city, half go to the county. The fees for the Tulsa County Board of Adjustment, all of those fees come back to Tulsa County. So I do want to spend a few minutes talking about the target overrun request. This year, we completed, Board of County Commissioners was aware of this, adopted long-range land use plans for the entirety of Tulsa County by adopting the suburban plans for portions of the fence line, but developing land use plan for the balance of the unincorporated area of Tulsa County. So for the first time that we've been before you like this, there is a border-to-border comprehensive land use plan for all of Tulsa County. That has never happened before. But that was through a one-time funding several years ago. So the request before you today is to update the zoning code. Tulsa County zoning code dates to 1980. It has been amended a few times since then, but 1980 is a while ago. There are a lot of things that have changed in the development world. There are new uses that were not anticipated then. There are uses that are no longer prevalent. So in looking at the zoning code, the zoning code classifies uses as to what uses are allowed in a given zoning district. So the current code that we're operating under, I know you'll feel better to know that it classifies the terms mattress and pillow repair shops, if we were to have any of those. It classifies boiler works. It classifies pickle, sausage, sauerkraut, and vinegar manufacturing.
We need more of that.
More to be found for short-term rentals, medical marijuana grow operations, dispensaries. The definition of the term family is dated, doesn't really reflect state or federal law in terms of households, families that meet the definition in terms of Federal Fair Housing Act. And it doesn't really deal with accessory buildings very well. We're getting all kinds of variety of examples. The caseload is increasing. There's more building activity in the unincorporated part of the county. A number of years ago, state law was changed to make it a little bit more difficult, not impossible, but a little bit more difficult for municipalities to annex additional territory. So cities are expanding their borders. There is annexation going on, not as much as before. We're seeing more development in the unincorporated area, more caseload that the county staff is handling, more things that go through the TMAPC or the County Board of Adjustment. So lacking to update the code puts more and more things in a gray area, which puts the Board of Adjustment in a difficult position. And it also can lead to increased cases that are then appealed to district court, where zoning can become more charges of arbitrary and capriciousness. So it's very timely to do this. 40 years is a long time, I think, and often zoning code updates follow approval of comprehensive plans. So that's, we wanted to mention that. The other opportunity with this is we've worked with a consultant, Susan Miller, her team, were involved with the city of Tulsa, updated their zoning code now a couple of years ago. So working with that consultant who's very knowledgeable about the Tulsa area, the cost of this is less than 1/4 of the cost to the city of Tulsa for updating the city of Tulsa. So that's target overrun that has been identified. Be happy to answer more any questions that you might have about that or about the overall appropriation income. So, answer any questions.
Rich, do you know how many county and municipal partners you all have that actually pay in? That's part of the assessment membership fees.
So our membership fees, our membership dues, and membership dues is a function of one of the things in the cost is every county that is a member. So it's 5 counties: Tulsa, Creek, Osage, Rogers, and Wyoming County are dues paying members. The 3 tribal governments in our geographic area, Muskogee Creeks, the Cherokees, the Osage, are dues paying members of the ECON, and the cities and towns of over 3,500 people. So all of them in Tulsa County, that's every city in the county, with the exception of Sperry. And when I say every city, I'm accepting the incorporated places of Liberty and Leonard that are technically municipalities, but don't really have a functioning government as we would think of. So about, I have to go back and do a count, but about 20 or so, 20, 25 cities and towns, 5 counties, 3 tribal governments, all pay dues. And then there are fees for services. So the Area Agency on Aging is only 3 counties, Tulsa, Creek, and Osage, that match for that program, in excess of $4 million program, is a 1% match. So the state provides the other portion of the match, 1%, and we distribute that based upon the overall population. So there's formula allocation for those. So that there are quite a number of entities that do pay dues or their program share. TMAPC is strictly split between the city and the county because those are the two founders and beneficiaries of that. The city pays for their own board of adjustment. Their caseload is 4 times the county caseload. The county pays for the county.
Any other quick
Follow up on that. So for us, it looks like our membership dues are 168,000 or so, or 68,000. How is that in terms of the range? So like you have a smaller, like a Glenpool type city versus the city of Tulsa versus the Tulsa County, out of those ranges look?
So in terms of, so what are you on in the range? Well below the city of Tulsa. Higher than anybody else in my restaurant. A little bit, you're a little bit higher than Broken Arrow, but counties, in Tulsa County, really founding partner with INCON, years ago was paying an equal share of the city of Tulsa. But this number has been flat for quite a years.
Any other questions for Rich? Or Deputy Director?
And I should, I think most of you recognize Rita Huckabee, who's rejoined us as Deputy Director. We are also pleased about that. Susan Miller, you see her and her staff right over here for the county zoning, for county board of adjustment. I guess a question, Susan wants me to ask this. The county board of adjustment has been meeting in the St. Francis room in our building complex as you all are going through the build out here and the move. We're very comfortable. It is working for them to meet over there. They're welcome. There's no charge for any of that. But if there's ever any desire for them to move back, we would obviously need substantial lead time with that, with notices and things like that. Parking can be an issue with the board, but the Board of Adjustment is functioning well, meeting over in the St. Francis room that you guys meet.
We have parking in that lot right up there.
Yeah.
We can talk later.
Yeah, appreciate the offer, absolutely. You bet. Certainly be receptive to that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Will.
Good to see you.
And congratulations, Dorita.
Thank you. I'm very glad to see that.
You bet. Next item is Tina.
Joe.
Where's
There he
Joe?
is.
Oh, Joe.
Hello, all. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I want to thank you all very much for giving me the opportunity to discuss my budget virtually for Tina this afternoon. I am currently at federal training, and so I'm glad that I'm able to do two things at once. First of all, I just want to kind of start off by pointing out that on the county side, Tina is actually asking for less money this year by a request to continue operations at the same level of staffing for $216,397 compared to the $236,458 that the budget board ended up allotting to our program last year. So while we have a target overrun form that we did fill out, in actuality, we are asking for just over $20,000 less this year than what you gave us last year to operate. We're able to do this because we've remained relatively flat from an operational cost standpoint. And so the reason why we're able to ask for less this year is because we're actually reflecting the actual insurance cost for the employees that we hired last year with that budget you gave us versus our estimated cost for employees we hadn't hired yet. We've also lowered our capital costs by moving to a lower priced vehicle on the capital side. We've chosen to switch over to a crossover SUV from a pickup truck for our coordinator vehicles. This SUV is going to be replacing one of the vehicles of one of our coordinators that is currently nearing the end of its recommended life cycle. And so we're able to do more with less, which is really in keeping with my vision for TEMA of attempting to be as fiscally responsible with taxpayer resources as we can, while still maintaining an emergency management program that's effective. The thing I kind of want to just point out is that as the emergency management agency for Tulsa County, I want people to think of us similar to how you would think of your homeowner's insurance for your car or for your home. It's not something everyone wants to pay for. Some of us think we're probably paying a little too much for it, but nonetheless, when that fire or disaster occurs, you're glad you have it in place. Much like your homeowner's insurance, sometimes the worst mistake that you can take is to try to take the cheapest option possible. So the trick with it is to really look at your value and what is it that you're getting for your money. So the question that I really want you to ask is, what is the county getting for their money? It's our hope that you have found TEMA to be a good value historically, and I want to promise you that we're still working diligently to ensure that this investment in public safety is continuing to provide a fantastic value to the taxpayer. To go through this, I kind of want to talk about 3 areas today that are going to help you understand why TEMA continues to be important investiture. First of all, the big one is TEMA's brought in more money into the county since 2019 than we've cost the county. Since 2019, we've identified $1.66 million in various FEMA grants that we've been eligible for and applied to receive. This is just on the county side. If you add in on the city side, the number goes up to more than $10 million worth of reinvestment in the Tulsa area. This includes disaster reimbursement, hazard mitigation, and performance grants that will help to offset the cost of TEMA operations. Even the training that I'm here at today is being reimbursed and paid for by TEMA and is offered at no cost to the county. So I like to believe and express to my team that one of the major roles for TEMA is to provide value to the county by capturing every federal dollar that we are eligible to receive. I believe that in the current environment where FEMA is tightening their restrictions on eligibility and what they're willing to reimburse for, it becomes even more important that we maintain an inherent knowledge base for how to capture that money post-disaster. Second point I'd like to make is that TEMA has been an integral part of county response to disasters. We're now operating on our 3rd federally declared disaster since 2019. TEMA is continuing to step up and provide an important resource, providing flexibility to meet community needs as a response agency. In 2019, we assisted in coordinating the largest debris cleanup that the county had ever attempted post-flood. In 2020, we established a logistical warehouse program to manage the wholesale purchase and distribution of PPE and disinfectant equipment to partners and agencies throughout the county. In 2021, we've established a countywide water distribution system, providing water to residents affected by the nearly catastrophic water line breaks, and set up 41 separate locations throughout the county to assist with water distribution. During this time, we also assisted the state with helping our neighboring communities with resources and knowledge. I like to believe no other agency can provide that level of flexibility to accomplish the different tasks that are going to come up during a disaster. Currently, we're working with bringing in FEMA and other federal assets to establish additional vaccination clinic within Tulsa County. This clinic is aiming to conduct 21,000 vaccinations a week for 8 weeks. As our estimations, these 168,000 newly vaccinated people are going to allow Tulsa to double our currently vaccinated population and put us that much closer to reaching herd immunity and ending COVID in Tulsa County. TEMA is striving for continual improvement of emergency and disaster management within our jurisdiction. We're continually working on plans through proven disaster management processes, including planning, exercising, and performing after-action improvement plans that create a system of self-sustaining improvement that allows for best practices to be discovered. Some of the plans that we manage include our continuity of operations plan, our county hazard mitigation plan, our emergency operations plan, our multi-year exercise plan. And over the next year, we've begun working on the county headquarters emergency action plan with the county's risk management, and expanding our recovery operations plan to meet new FEMA guidelines. TEMA has been focusing on training and program improvement in order to stay at the forefront of understanding disasters. One of the big things that we're constantly doing is looking at training. I really believe that staff training helps promote program involvement, and it allows us to improve by bringing new skill sets to the forefront that we can develop and nurture my staff. TEMA is continuing to work on bringing our program to the forefront of national trends in emergency management. And so one of the things that we're looking at doing is adopting the emergency management standard. This standard consists of 66 different guideposts that are backed by the American National Standards Institute and are viewed as the gold standard by which world-class emergency management programs should be viewed against. Once achieved, Tulsa would actually be the first county level jurisdiction in Oklahoma, and this would put us on similar level as Dallas, Boston, Seattle, and other large metropolitan areas. And so it's kind of a work in progress that we are working towards. Currently, team is working with the Oklahoma Department of Homeland Security and the Oklahoma Rescue Education Consortium to bring a large-scale search and rescue training course to Tulsa in September of this year. This 3-day event is going to bring firefighters and disaster task force teams from around the state that will perform high-level training on search and rescue, building collapse, swift water rescue, and other high-level response activities that we'll need during a disaster. It's our belief that these types of events increase not only our overall readiness, but they help to establish new contacts throughout the community. We always tell each other in the emergency response community that the worst time to exchange business cards is next to a pile of rubble. And so getting to know other agencies, other departments, and their capabilities and their staff is absolutely vital to maintaining a readiness stance towards the disasters we know affect Tulsa. Many of these activities are only feasible because of the investments that the county has made in their emergency management program. I hope that you will continue our investment and allow us to continue making strides towards improving our community disaster response by continuing funding at the level that I've asked for. Thank you all very much. Are there any questions?
Questions, Mr. Project? Yes.
Hey, Joe, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. I can hear you just fine.
What do you think of the prospects, or what have you heard about your allocation of city funding for this year from the city of Tulsa?
I am honestly not quite sure what to expect from the city. I'm sorry, stand by just 1 second.
To a disaster.
Yeah. There's not an ongoing disaster, is there, Joe?
No, sir. The classroom I commandeered for my presentation has a motion sensor light that has gone off. So I've spoken with the city. We're optimistic that there might be a possibility, but at the same time, they've also asked all city departments to submit a potential for a 3% budget decrease. So I have sent them that in line to their request. And it's going to be that's going to be kind of the big question is whether the city is going to meet the request and the demands of their emergency management agency.
Joe, you showed that on your admin assistant request for $18,506.40, that this is a one-time expense. How's that so?
No, sir, that should not be a one-time expense. I think that was just something that it was a typo on our part. That will actually be an ongoing expense. That is for one of our positions that was added in last year. We'd received the funding from the budget board and we hired that position last year, and we're looking to continue those as ongoing positions.
Thank you.
Anything else?
One other quick one, Joe, on your, so last year, obviously, or during this current fiscal year, we put some funding into your program through the CARES Act for your staffing, and certainly supplies and all that stuff that you utilize clearly to provide assistance to all of us, as well as our municipal and other partners. But in terms of any other funds, did you receive any CARES Act funds or derivatives of CARES Act funds from the city of Tulsa?
From the city of Tulsa, I do not believe that we did.
Or any local entity here?
We received, Diane is my finance person. She's on and she can correct me if I'm wrong. We received approximately $13,000 from the state. It was a reimbursement for costs that we had put forth for the election. And so that was taken out of state CARES funding, I believe.
Right. Are you asking if we received any money from the city of Tulsa from their CARES?
Yes. The city
No,
of Tulsa
we did not receive anything from their CARES. What Joe is talking about was a grant that was made available to emergency managers only. It was some funding that the state had that they were dividing that up amongst emergency managers only. And we had one expense for the election board that we had provided $16,000 worth of PPE for them. So we submitted for reimbursement for that, and that money came out of TEMA's funds. And actually, we got out of the 16,000, the grant was only for 13,888.
Thank you. I'll probably, Joe, at some point want to follow you and Diane on how we're going to move forward to attempt, if we were to grant your full request, how we would attempt to keep a 50-50 or something close to a share with the city of Tulsa. But we can talk about that later.
Absolutely, sir. I'm at your disposal whenever you'd like to have that conversation.
Thank you.
And Joe, I had a question on your rolling stock. You were needing another additional vehicle. What kind of vehicle were you looking for?
I believe this would be, Diane, can you correct me? This is a Dodge Durango, I believe.
But we have a Dodge Durango now, and
No, go ahead.
and we're going to be replacing it with another Tahoe, I believe. No,
No.
a Transverse, or what was that one?
We're going, I think we were going with, yeah, the Chevy Traverse.
Traverse, yeah. It's more of a SUV type crossover vehicle.
What year model do you currently have?
I believe it's a 2010 or 2011, or yeah, it's 2010 or 2011, I believe.
Okay.
It's a 2010.
And is that rigged out with emergency lights and?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's included in that cost as well.
Correct.
What kind of vehicle was that again? I'm sorry.
Chevy Traverse. We would be purchasing it through the state contract. The state gets a very good deal on their vehicles through the OMES system. And so we found that we can typically get those through their system for well below retail.
The current vehicle with 98,000 miles on it, what kind of vehicle is that?
Durango.
Durango, is that what you said?
It actually is a
Dakota.
Dodge Dakota. Yeah, actually, it's a Dodge Dakota, 2010 Dodge Dakota.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. I appreciate the time.
You bet. All right. Next is Attorney Sullivan. Live. All right. Please, everybody state the name, title for the record.
I'm Lonnie Armstrong, and I'm the director for early retirement.
Lawson Bond, and I'm part of the early settlement program. I'm the assistant city attorney in the city of Tulsa.
I'm Ray Vaughn. I'm retired. And I also volunteers. Right. So,
thank you for being here.
Sir.
Okay. Yolanda?
Yes, thank you.
You bet.
The first handout that I passed to Sheriff Regalado to be handing out with you all is the cost benefit analysis that I usually give you all at this time of year to show you our effectiveness. And we actually finished out fiscal year 2020 with 51 more cases overall, which I was very surprised. We were expecting to have it rival our highest year ever, which I believe was fiscal year 17. But what happened the last quarter, as you all know, the bottom fell out, March, April, May, and June. And so as it was, we finished out 51 cases ahead, which I thought was still pretty remarkable during the pandemic year. So we believe that we saved approximately, not quite $9 million to the community and to taxpayers. So That's that. And then I laughed at myself because I prepared the materials and you know how it is, you go over them and you proofread and you proofread and you try to make sure you got everything done. And I had said, see attached photo, and then of course I forgot to attach the photos. So this is the photo of the delegation from Columbia. There were 6 community leaders. They are Colombian female leaders, and they are people like ministerial of education people. They are lawyers. They are government people. They're people that are expected to go back and take mediation and these kind of programs to their communities. And so we interviewed them and we did a mock mediation demonstration. We answered lots of questions. We gave them materials. We gave them training manual. I think we did everything we could to try to help them be able to take that back to Columbia. Okay. Let's see. During the pandemic year, the first thing that happened in March when we all went home was we didn't know what to expect. Courts, as you know, were closing. And so we ended up doing a lot of video conference training with our volunteers. We wanted to keep them engaged and we wanted to try to get them going. So we trained them as much as we could and we tried different platforms. We tried WebEx, we tried Zoom, we tried Microsoft Teams. We did a lot. And then we got one volunteer in particular, Dr. Simon. I know some of you know Norm Simon. He loves to train people and he works the hardest on training. He and Ed Sherman trained everybody on Zoom, got everybody up and running. We applied for the CARES grant, as you all know, and we basically are pleased that we are going to have up-to-date computers and things when we ultimately get moved and situated. Our volunteers, however, some of our best people were retreating, as understandable because they were a lot of times retirees and people that were maybe with comorbidities. So as they were retreating, I was concerned as to how we were going to keep courts staffed, even though some courts were closing, others were keeping their small claims and things going. We were able to do so. We retreated a class of 14 people last summer, and we got them trained in July, which was probably no small feat, but we got it done. And then now we find ourselves in this interesting predicament that we actually have the retreating volunteers are returning. And the volunteers we trained last summer are still with us. So we have a very enthusiastic core group of people, and we're not really hurting for volunteers, which is very enviable because a lot of the rural communities throughout Oklahoma are not experiencing that. So they're a little bit green-eyed, okay? Our quality level of our volunteers remains very, very high. And I brought 2 of my best. I brought Lawson Vaughn, and I brought his dad, Ray Vaughn. And I wanted to tell you a little bit about these gentlemen. I know some of you know them, but some of you don't. Let's see. Lawson's been with me since 2014. He came on as an adjunct settlement judge. He is in the city attorney's office. He settles a lot of lawsuits that are on the verge of going to trial. These are the ones that your district court judges are referring over when they're getting ready to go to trial. Okay. Settles really a lot of those cases, and we're very appreciative of having his expertise. And I'll tell you a funny story. I would go to the meetings at the Supreme Court, and we had board members, dispute resolution advisory board members. And so one of them was none other than Ray Vaughn. I knew that Ray also, like his son, is an attorney, and I knew that he was a legislator. I also knew that he was basically sitting on the Dispute Resolution Advisory Board, and that he served as an Oklahoma County Commissioner. So he has a very impressive resume also, like Wanda, like his son does. But what I didn't know was that they were father and son. I had never connected the dots and realized that one Vaughn was related to the other Vaughn. And so Ray told me.
Keep it that way.
So Ray told me one day, he said, you know, whenever my son comes up here because he's got a trial, my wife goes all out. And he says, she really prepares this incredible breakfast, and she has biscuits, and she has jam, and she has, you know, sausage and eggs and just everything bacon, you know. And I said, really? And then I finally connected the dots, and it was Lawson. And we've had such a good laugh over that because I never knew that Lawson and Ray were connected. But they are 2 of the best volunteers. Ray was one of those outstanding people that stepped forward last year during the pandemic. Let me tell you about volunteers who stepped forward during the pandemic. They are incredible. They are diehards. So I'm so thrilled and so pleased. And these gentlemen were able to come with me. So any questions that you have for us, we'll try and our best to answer.
How are you all doing that at the juvenile center?
We're doing fine. You know, they have the rooms for us to use. I haven't really talked to the volunteers recently about it, but you were there today, were you not?
The case this morning.
How did that go?
Fine. Facilities are wonderful. Everything is working very smoothly. Thank you for your help.
Okay.
Any other questions? Well, Mr. Vaughn, first question I have is how we do on the road near your homestead? The county crews take care of it?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir.
good.
Things are looking very nice.
Okay, or D3. D3,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Well, good.
Things are good.
Well, we certainly appreciate all that you give to the program, for sure. Good job.
I
Ron's
ran
gonna
into
be
a
sorry
press-
he missed you.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so.
Well, I wanted you all to be impressed because I'm
He
impressed
would
with
like
how
that.
phenomenal my volunteers are. And so the only way I get to show them off is to sort of drag a couple to you and sort of bring them in and show you.
They are remarkable.
They really are.
Pleasure meeting you. Oh, Mike Willis has.
Well, Lonnie, I do have
Yes.
one question. I know this is when we're sitting through the last one, same sort of question, but
Okay.
our partner funding from the city and the state, you had any prospective discussions or
The
heard
state,
anything about that?
the state tells us that although court case filings are down about 25% because of them getting that 2016 line item where we get $7 filing fee for a civil case or whatever, they said we're in okay shape. They said, you know, obviously the case filings are down, but our resources should be okay. The city never shares those things with me. And every year we just send Commissioner Peters over there and he talks, I guess, mayor and commissioner, and I don't know what they do. They come out with something, and so far I've been blessed and fortunate. Okay, that's all I know.
Well, we love your program.
Thank you very
Love it.
much.
Love
Thank
the
you.
value that it brings. We love all volunteers. Thank you all for your service.
And we love the county support, so thank you so much. Okay.
Hopefully the city will open those lines of communication to your office.
They never do. I'm just a little peon. You know, they talk to the
Well,
big people. You know, they don't waste their time on people like me.
We think you're.
Even though I have connections over there, but it doesn't seem to work.
Thank you.
You'll soon be in your own space.
Yes, and we're very excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for your.
Thank you. Mr. Vaughn.
I realize everyone in this room is a volunteer and there has to be what they're doing right now.
Yes.
So enjoy your cookie break or whatever you get.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Are we breaking? Does everybody want to break? You gotta have it.
We could have chocolate.
Do we have anyone?
I believe admin is here.
Yes.
I will go check on, especially for, call Corey.
Yeah. Where's Brad when we need chocolate?
And chocolate, would you like some?
Yeah.
Just sprinkle a little on the. John, you know. Anybody need a coffee break, real quick?
2 seconds for bathroom break.
Everybody's leaving. We're gonna continue on, so.
Yeah, continue, please.
Yes, sir.
Last week I sent out an updated sheet graduate services.
Don't do that. I just want one Snicker. You didn't give me a Snicker. Trade Snickers.
All right, program.
I got one big. I was gonna trade.
Thanks, sir.
You said who it looks like.
Good afternoon, good afternoon.
Michael Terrence, good.
That's wonderful. Please state your name and job title.
Victoria Wilson, accountant, with regard for administrative services.
Gary Fisher, Director of Administrative Services.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, kind of finish up this year. Right now, we're at no target overruns. Expect the rest of the year. We're in good shape. Our revenue should be right on target, roughly $900,000 of revenue by July. We're okay there. No surprises, hopefully the rest of this year. Next year, we're starting out in good shape. The only big capital expense we're going to have is replacing a Melbourne van. It's costing us more than it is anything. But that's the only Melbourne van.
Van. I thought you said fan. I was
We
like,
do.
Big van. Anyway, that's the only big expense we're planning. The balance this year, we're in good shape. We're not expecting any more balance the rest of this year, let's say. But that's going to help us a lot on purchase of paper and things like that. The paper prices went up roughly 10% this month. Mailroom postage went up, but the usage is down. So kind of see where we're going to stand. I don't expect any big, changes in our budget. Kind of allotted for all of this, and that's kind of where we're at. We paid for 2 retirements this year, which cost us quite a bit. By July, we'll be back on track. We have 36 employees. We still have 2 openings we're not paying to fill at this time. Just go from there. But right now, I think we're in pretty good shape. Hopefully, we'll stay within our budget. We have been. We're looking to do that again. Any questions?
How many miles does your van have on it?
That one had about 180,000. The little van, it's just kind of worn out. They get a lot of usage. They're
Yeah.
small ones.
A lot of stuff in that.
We've had it 3 years.
We can get you decoded. That's what's-
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you say you had 3 years?
We've had it 3.
That's a lot of miles.
180,000 miles in 3 years?
3 years.
That's almost like a truck.
Pretty close.
I was wondering, this non-capital software, it jumped up. What is that requirement?
We have more and more computers all the time, a lot of programs, our graphic departments, our election, print shop, records, everybody is really utilizing the computers more and more software packages, more maintenance, more agreement. So that has kind of increased. Kind of budgeted quite a bit this upcoming year for that. That is about one of our biggest expenses.
And is the new move been good for you? Moving here to.
Oh, yes.
Good.
We figured it'd increase some. We had to stop. We had more jobs and had 60, 70 jobs in shop now. We're going to hit over 1 million impressions last month, which is up about 300,000 last year. It's been good. It's been a good move. 100% hooked up, ready. Everything's up and running. We're in good shape. It has been a good move.
Any other questions?
Oh, just a comment. Gary, your team continues to be so responsive. Just want to thank you. And then the pieces that you've done to enhance the building, those are great. I mean, they're just continued thanks
Well, thank
for
you.
all the work that you're doing.
The signs are coming. It's just a copper and doing the front of the building, the name tag. Take about 3 weeks from a company that's making the name throughout the building. So we're working on all of that now. We have probably 200-300 names turned in. That should be coming in hopefully the end of this week or next week. They just don't get too excited. Our copper color metal that goes outside on the windows and doors is should be here anytime too. They're backward and backward. So we're getting there. We got the VA courts all figured kind of signed up, labeled and everything. It looks really good, I think. So, but we appreciate the work down there. That's what we're here, provide the service.
You did an excellent job.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Gary, I noticed you zeroed out your overtime. You think that's doable?
Yes, this year with the ballots, especially no major presidential ballots, and that's about the only time we try to work overtime. Is daily stuff we have to be prepared, but this year with the ballots going down, and I expect we have enough guys, we can split the shift and work that way. We try to do that more. We do overtime.
Right. Yeah, Gary, when we have price increases on paper, especially as it relates to our ballots and other services we provide to other entities, do we adjust our prices for that, or is there a lag?
Not on the ballots.
Not on the ballot, because that's a contract for 5 years, but we will increase it 1%, 2% when it comes up again for bid it. But the daily paper, yes, for outside entity, we increase it. And with 10% increases, not everything goes up 10%. So people will see maybe 1 or 2 or 3% increase.
Do you think that'll come back down a little bit? Or
It should, yes.
temporary things?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Special reports.
Alternative courts, his judge, Judge Nightingale, is still in a court case until 2:30, so we've asked if you guys want to go over. If building officer.
Absolutely. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Name and title, please.
Pretty quick, huh?
I'm Ronnie Walker, I'm the Director of Building Operations. This is Patty, my Account Manager of Building Operations. You have our summary sheet in front of you. I was gonna show that our numbers are different this year. We have a slight change because we are removing the HQ board and incorporating it into our the rest of our budget. So the maintenance, the payroll, everything has been moved into other departments, even the utilities. So you'll notice that if you go to the HQ, it is now at 0. And then we did ask for 1 target overrun for security of HQ building that currently is under something we're not paying, but we will start paying next year. So we want that covered. And that's all I have. Any questions?
I'm sure we do. Questions for Ronnie?
How are you holding up?
I am solid like this new building y'all have here, this fancy new building. Kind of shaking like the one across the street.
Yeah, how are things across the street?
Oh man, they're moving and shaking over there. I'm pretty ecstatic. It's moving. Really. If you go over there, like for owners meeting, you'll see it's not unrecognizable. Like they have demoed the first, second, and third floor, so they are moving and shaking. I got a call this morning about the air conditioning, so we're working, and then we're still maintaining this building and getting it finished up. So.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just kind of curious. I know all the parking that we used to occupy in the basement.
Right.
Is that now leased out to someone else, and is that generating revenue for the county?
The parking, the one that we had reassigned those parking spots. The ones close to the courthouse, because we own those parking spots. We have reassigned them. And people are happy. Somebody, you can attest to that. So, and then we paid for those. We were supplementing those parking spots. So the ones that we were supplementing were not gaining money, but we're not losing money. So it's a blessing in that. So we're not paying as much, because I think they were $50, $30 extra per spot in addition to what the employees were paying. So
Any other questions?
Patty, how's the parking?
It's actually calmed down. Thank goodness. And stuff, I think everybody's finally getting used to their spots and we're not having as many calls. So, yeah, it's
That's a
finally
big
calming
job.
down. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you anticipate the south parking to have arms, coming from west entry and the systems of whether to pay or not pay? How's that?
Now, the parking lot is supposed to be paved. He's coming in today to block it off. He's gonna pave it and reseal it tomorrow. Supposed to send the thing, Devin's supposed to send it out to everybody that knows it. They're gonna be restriping in the center also. And then we're still working with the DA, working with them, trying to get the contract right on getting on purchasing the system.
Okay.
So it's in their court right now. Last time I talked to Jim, it was in their court. So that's all we were holding up now is the contract on purchasing the machine.
Okay.
Well, I did want to address the security items, just so everyone remembers what we did last year. Or actually, earlier this year, we accessed funds, I believe, from the use tax. Is that right, Team? To pay for the security contract for, kind of get things started and leveled off. And there's not infinite funds there. I mean, there's money there. If the Board of County Commissioners chose to do that for another year, it could, they could do that, but that's where that money came from for the first, I can't remember exactly when we started security here. It was back in like October. So the idea was that we'd be able to use those funds to pay for security through the remainder of this fiscal year. So there's that piece. And then
Now, is that the security out front?
that's our armed security guards that we are under contract with. And then the other two things are just compliments. I mean, you guys have been so incredibly busy, and yet anytime any of us have needed things to be, fixed on the spot, or, even things that probably weren't completely important, you've been able to divert resources from the courthouse, from the group of folks here and everything. And so, I mean, this certainly was not a seamless project with the move and the construction, and probably you can talk to anybody up here and we could rattle off a handful of problems that were not created by building ops. But in most cases, they were all solved by building ops in pretty quick time. So, I mean, it really is impressive, because I don't know how many folks here have worked in lots of different buildings, but you just don't get that very often. So, I mean, the customer service and everything's really been terrific. I'm super proud of you guys.
Well, thank you. I have a great team and I appreciate it. I will share that with you.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Human Resources.
I would give it to
Good afternoon.
Yeah, that's it.
Name, position.
Rose, Director of Human Resources for Tulsa County, and I have with me.
John Province, the safety officer.
Sorry, could you restate your name? Yeah.
John Province.
I'd love to have handouts, so I tried to make it really short and sweet. It's just a 1 page or 2-sided. So I will go into what I have prepared for today. Human Resources and Safety and Training, we have been working diligently with our new safety officer to look at opportunities to improve in safety and training. And we updated the drug policy. I'm sure you all remember in December of this year, we updated the drug policy to include safety sensitive positions to be able to drug test to ensure the safety of our employees as well as the residents. And so I'm proposing in our budget $3,937.50 additional for drug testing for non-DOT employees. So that would include employees that are in safety sensitive positions, for example, employees that drive county vehicles. So in the safety sensitive pool, we could also include in our drug policy, it does allow employees. Hello? State your name.
Hi, I'm Savannah Haddock.
She's here as well, representing Human Resources. Safety sensitive positions could also include some of our parks employees that use equipment. Yes, so the policy does allow for that. We probably would get together and clarify exactly what jobs would be included. However, we wanted to add in money ongoing for additional drug testing. So that is request number 1. Then flipping over to page 2, our second request is an online safety data sheet system. You're all familiar with the ugly yellow book, the MSDS requirement that we have for all of our chemicals that we use in the county, whether it's in highways, building operations, parks, or even chemicals underneath the counter. We have to have a safety data sheet available for employees if they get exposed, they have a spill, and they need to know how to handle that chemical. John has kind of inventoried what we have in the process that we keep paper records. We have opportunity to improve there, and he's recommending an online system that could be used throughout the county for one chemical. Many departments can have access for that. And then anytime the chemical manufacturer changes the chemical, it would automatically update. So the cost for an online safety data system that we could use throughout the whole county is approximately $4,000. We've not chosen a company. We've looked into various methods of doing this, and that's approximately what John thinks it would cost for an online system. Yes. Yes, both all of these are ongoing. I think I have that on page 1, ongoing. And then the third request is SHL is our online talent assessment system that we currently use. For example, we use it for court clerk positions, treasurer. We can use it for the BOCC positions, any assessor. The sheriff can use it. I mean, we can use this system anywhere. It's unlimited as far as test goes. Previous to my employment here with the county, we used a system called Connexa, which was an IBM system, and it was a pay-as-you-go. So each test costs money. And depending on how many tests you got, it was the cost of the test. Well, we no longer have that pay-as-you-go method. It's an unlimited amount of tests that we can do. We can do PowerPoint, Excel, personality tests, management tests. We can do all kinds of various tests that we have through the system. Our contract is good through October of this year, and it was only budgeted for the one year. And so this is a request for ongoing this system. So the total of my 3 target overruns is $14,207.50. Questions, Steve?
What is the safety data sheet cost us now?
It doesn't cost anything other than labor, keeping those books up, paper, copying, making sure that we're in compliance with all the chemicals, making sure that we have that information. It takes a lot of time to, I would soon get those all together and keep copies of them. We have them in each one of the highway districts, as opposed to having an online system. Everybody would just log in and have access to it. If they wanted to print it out, they could. So it's more labor and time. I know building ops has a spreadsheet that they keep track of, and it takes a lot of time of an employee just to keep track of all the chemicals just in building operations alone. So I think it's freeing up employees' time to work on other things. There's not a specific cost.
Don't have it accessible.
And you can
If you have an
access
issue, a
it.
problem, you've got it on your laptop, computer, telephone immediately to go to the building, barn, wherever to locate it. So.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of surprised it's not online anyway, or is it? Do we have it?
No.
Yeah.
that's one of the things that John discovered, an opportunity for improvement since he's been here.
Any other questions, Michael?
Kathy, I've noticed that in your budget for this current year, there's been significant change in an upward direction on miscellaneous expenses, professional and technical services, and subscriptions and memberships. And I see from, last year, looks like for professional and technical services and subscriptions and memberships, the budget was not zero, but we started this year out with a zero budget and changed stuff around. Something changed, or we doing something different?
I know in some of the miscellaneous categories, we had put some different expenses that we used COVID money for. I know that we had some expenses out of that account, and Leslie had kind of moved some things around. I wish she was here to better answer your question. I know on professional, okay, I'm looking at professional and technical services. Is that the account that you were looking at?
Yep.
I know that we have had more expenses. We had more expenses in 2019, and then we hardly had any in 2020. And now we've had, it looks like a significant increase this year. But I think this is closer to what they should be running for memberships and professional dues. No, I think that this is just where our membership is.
Well, it looks like they were maybe changed to a different account because you have 505,920 that had an $18,000 budget to start with. And
it's on there twice. Both of those accounts are on there at the bottom as well.
Oh, down here at the bottom.
You guys explain that to Kate?
Those be under a project.
Yeah, that's probably.
the bottom two are probably some sort of, look like they have a project.
Those are absolutely a project.
I think
Those are-
that was our compensation survey. That was a project that we had last year, could be.
I don't have the project codes themselves memorized, but yes, those two are projects that weren't part of the original budget. That was money that was set aside prior year, that was approved to be rolled into.
So the 25,000 for subscriptions and memberships, if I'm not mistaken, I'm looking to my friends in finance. We did something different with safety awards this year. And it was $25,000 that we used for safety awards. And we budget for it, but then it gets billed back to the department. Am I saying that right, Steve?
That's in your safety and education department. That starts on page 26 of your quote. Specifically about that, we're talking about professional.
So
Well, we can look, we don't have to
Okay.
belabor it, I just, it just looked a little strange, so we'll look it over and come back to it.
Any other questions? Thanks, Ms. Wayne.
Thank you, Chairman. If this question is not appropriate, this venue, that's appropriate, that's fine with me, but it's kind of hard to resist since we have Ms. Burrows here. Are you getting some responsiveness by CAS to reconciling some of the issues that have previously surfaced regarding that entity serving?
we have a weekly call with them every week to go through the ongoing issues. Most of the issues have been resolved, and it's an ongoing weekly meeting that we have with them to get our retirees their money. There have been some errors with task, and we're working with BOK to fix those errors, and then working diligently with the retirees to be able to help them. So yes, we're working with them on problem.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
So, any additional?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, Carrie. I see you starting. You're up. I'll turn it for us.
Corey and Judge McDowell.
Good afternoon.
I'm Judge Rebecca Brett Nightingale, the district judge, and I supervise the alternative court programs.
My name is Corey Roberts, Program Administrator for the Tulsa Alternative Court Programs.
We have a little handout for you all. We have submitted the budget request. The budget request is the same budget request that was submitted for the fiscal year 2021. Although it looks a little different because during the pandemic, you all asked us to look through our budget and determine if there was something we could take out. And I think we did cut some money out of the drug court and mental health court funds that you all provide to us. So we just put those back into our request this year. So it might look like there's a request for an increase. The fact is it's the request for the same amount that we got last year. It's just, it doesn't reflect the amount of money that we gave back. Gave back is really the right word, but that we agreed to try to suck in our belt, so to speak, during the pandemic in order to make things work for everyone. Corey's going to talk first about the programs themselves, and then I get to give you the good news about our.
So 2020 was, of course, a tough year for, I think, everybody, and our programs were definitely not left out of that realm. When everything shut down, of course, we worked with 400 plus participants that are all, Tulsans that are struggling with mental health and substance abuse issues. And our team really pulled together with community treatment providers in the courts to ensure that everybody was supported throughout this entire time. We weren't able to do in-person meetings, but we were able to do telehealth meetings. We were able to do virtual court hearings. We were able to do virtual court staffings, and really kept in touch with our participants via phone, email, text messages. We worked, we didn't escape having anybody relapse. We definitely had, those cases, but those folks came back, admitted, got back on track with the support that our programs were able to offer. 2020, June also brought some other challenges for us. Our longtime drug testing laboratory had a tragic fire and completely lost everything. So in the middle of a pandemic with everybody struggling, one of our main compliance tools was definitely ripped away from us in a matter of a few short hours one Saturday morning. And we were able to pivot very quickly and took in a substitute lab for a few months while we searched for a home lab, a permanent lab, which we are now comfortable and settled with Tulsa Drug Screening Services. They are right here downtown. They are an excellent partner to have for our program. They are actually working with the family programs out at the Juvenile Justice Center as well. They are very customer service oriented. They take care of our participants and our fellow Tulsans. They make them feel like they're actually people. So that is great news. That's something that we take very seriously. So that's kind of our 2020 in a nutshell. We have and continue to utilize our SAMHSA grant that we got a few years ago to provide housing and medically assisted treatment services to our participants, of course, at the grant's cost. So in 2020 alone, we provided $76,000 in rental assistance alone, which, of course, through this pandemic, when a lot of people were losing their jobs, we were able to keep a lot of our participants house. They did not lose their housing. We also provided $98,000 worth of medications for treatment through Family and Children's Services. We were able to get our participants on those medications, keep them on those medications to continue the recovery. Well, while we were at home working, we also decided to write another grant, and I'm happy to say we're awarded that grant. We were supposed to find out in September, but we didn't find out until mid-October that we actually were awarded that grant, and they just released our budget last week. So we're a little bit behind in getting it started, but we're almost there. And this grant will help us enhance the program by increasing access for the participants for education and vocational support, and through a pretty robust partnership with Tulsa County Court Services and Cherry Carriers team for a dedicated court services officer, compliance officer for the programs, GPS services, scrim services, and UAs. So we're very excited to get that program up and going. As you can see, our active counts are currently 312 for our drug court program. Mental health court is 120. We have the largest drug court and mental health court program in the state. Even with the pandemic and numbers slowing and arrests slowing, we have maintained that throughout the state. We continue to work with the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services as a resource for other mental health courts across the state. They reach out to us. They've utilized a lot of our policy and procedure manuals as examples for other programs. Our completion rates remain at state requirements or above. Our overall graduation rate or completion rate is 63%. Our DUI court specifically has an 86% completion rate, and due to Judge Nightingale's excellent leadership in the Veterans Treatment Court, it's a 76% completion rate, which is all far above the state average. National average.
Like Cleveland County, Oklahoma County, how do we compare with those regions?
There's no comparison.
We're the largest.
That might be a
even
good
more-
thing, or I'm not sure.
Right.
But
The one thing, Tulsa County, and I think if you ask the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services representative, they would say the same. Tulsa County has been very progressive in trying to continue to grow in light of the fact that there were a few things that have impacted the numbers of people coming into drug court, and we're also taking some new steps. The Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services just asked us to partner with them to look into doing a community court and a juvenile drug court. So they're going to contract with us to try to start those services here in Tulsa. They also often call on us to be a resource for other courts that are newly starting. So we are the largest. I think we are the most progressive. I think they would probably agree with that. That's not just us puffing. We think we're great anyway, but I think they would agree with those two things.
And in this grant, what's this going to do for your department?
The new grant.
The new grant.
The BJA grant, it will actually provide, so one of the largest expenses for our participants is, of course, compliance, monitoring fees for GPSs, scrams, items like that, can be rather costly through some of the private
And they're
vendors,
charged for that.
because they're charged for that. So this grant is going to provide money that our participants won't be saddled with those costs. So the grant's going to pay for it.
100%. I don't know that it would cover, because, you've got to get buy-in from them too. On a monitor, I don't know that we're saying we would pay for the whole monitor, but certainly to defray the cost and drug testing as well. And really, I'll just say, looking back at the grant that provides monies for medically assisted treatment, that is an expense in the past that could be a barrier to those who want addiction services.
I was wondering if monetary can be a
It absolutely
issue to
is.
go forward. or
Some
not.
of those medications can be $800 a month.
Yes.
And so with that grant, it covers that cost.
So we've
How long
had
will that
success
be
with
for?
We are in year 3 and it's a 5-year grant.
Of the one for medically assisted, how long was the BJA grant?
BJA is 3 years. So we're just now starting it. So it'll be this year, the next 3. It also has a caveat, if we can show that that we are very successful, that we're meeting all of our numbers or exceeding our numbers, we can extend it on a year-to-year basis beyond that 3 years.
Didn't even get off track there.
That's okay.
We're here for any questions.
That's okay. And you asked how we compare to other counties, and Judge kind of touched on it, but I would also like to mention that during the pandemic, not only did the department reach out to us, or has reached out to us in the past just to help other programs, but I was talking to the department and our representatives from the department weekly because they wanted to know what Tulsa was doing. They wanted to know what we were doing because they were having other programs in the state do the same thing.
They reached out to us, how are you all managing? And then they passed it on to other places. The alternative court staff is under Corey's leadership is really strong, and it's primarily because they care about people getting addiction and mental health assistance and to stay out of jail and prison. That we talk about. Yeah. The last
Floor is
person
yours.
I'll tell you about is Buck West. We included a picture of him. I absolutely love seeing him now at the courthouse because he is house manager. He may have even been promoted since that at the First Step Male Diversion Program. So while he was in our program, he first came to Veterans Treatment Court, and I sentenced him to prison in June of 2012 because he couldn't make it through the program. And then he committed a new offense and came in October of 2017, and he was definitely ready at that point. So it just shows at any point, someone may not be ready, but the next time they come around, they may be. And he was certainly that person. And not only did he do well in the program, but he also got his support specialist certification. He then went to work at the First Step Male Diversion, and he works at Male Diversion Program as a case manager now. And then he's also a mentor for Veterans Treatment Court, other veterans in the program. So yeah, it's really, when you see every once in a while, you just see something special. He's special. He's special. And at the end of April, I'm graduating another one that washed out of Veterans Treatment Court before he did the program for a month. And he said, I'd rather just go do my time. And he did. And then guess what? When he got out, he started drinking and driving again and got picked up. And this time he came in and he just decided his kids needed to see a better example, and he's not going to graduate in April. So it's so exciting when you see people actually changing their lives. So I get the touchy feely piece while Corey gets the numbers and the by the book stuff. So anyway.
Judge, you seen any ill effects due to the pandemic on veterans court?
Yes. First of all, we're having the district attorney's office held on to 550 low felony crimes to keep them out of the jail. They didn't want to issue those affidavits and warrants so that those people wouldn't get arrested and they would stay out of jail in COVID. A lot of those people are our sweet spot, so to speak. So yes, we have certainly seen a reduction in numbers as a result of just that one piece, and that's just one of several things that have created some issues for us in keeping our numbers up as high as they used to be. And mental health is a much bigger component now than it used to be. Like addiction isn't enough, and then you add depression and lack of
isolation.
Yes, isolation and the inability to get jobs and those kind of things.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of current events with the state of Oklahoma, have you explored the possibility of proactively working with the Indian tribes to be a subcontractor, if you will, for their needed services in this arena? Good question.
That is a good question. And I will tell you, Veterans Treatment Court, we've talked to the Native American tribes for a long time. We've never actually gotten it accomplished, but you've had some communications with the tribes.
Yes, the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services, they are working hard on it. They are in communications with the tribal liaisons in the state, and those tribal liaisons in the department are working on compacts or agreements to allow the local governments to treat their members and or help them get programs started in their jurisdictions and move towards their tribal healing and wellness courts is what they call it, instead of drug court or mental health court. So yes, there is definitely a lot of conversations around that, and the difficulty with it is the legalities of everything. So there's a lot of discussion about that to see if it even can happen without the tribes giving up complete jurisdiction. So
as you're seeing, getting a compact signed is problematic. And I'll just note to that, about 25% of the drug court population was impacted by the McGirt decision. So it has also impacted our numbers. I did have one of my veterans who was on a very, very significant trafficking case, and he was about 60 days from graduation, and he'd been in the program for a really long time because he had had some struggles. And he said, look, I don't want to dismiss and potentially go to federal court. I want to finish something for the first time in my life. So he stayed in, and the state agreed not to refer the trafficking charge over to the federal government. So we've seen a few successes like that.
another example of that, we've had on one of our female dockets, she had her cases dismissed due to the McGirt, but continued to go to treatment, continued to drug test, and she still makes contact. So she's actually working the program, and she's not even in the program. Her charges have been dismissed, and so
unfortunate collateral damage to something like that is there are people that want help in our program. Some of them, they need the hammer, but not all of them do. Some of them get the hammer and then they realize, wow, I really want to be here. Legal decision makes that.
Judge Nightingale and or Corey, for the benefit of the budget board members who don't know that you're moving into our building.
Yes,
a year from
we
now.
hope to.
A year from now.
Yes.
Give us a general idea how that is going to change the way you do day-to-day business.
Oh, we have time. That is a huge deal. We have, just on the small scale, what you might think is a small scale, we have defendants that might be in court with Judge Nightingale and they need resources, and she says, go to the drug court office or go to the alternative courts office and we'll help you with that. Right now, we're 2 blocks away with the public defender's office. You would not believe how easy it is to get lost in that 2 blocks from here to there. Having us on the first floor and a resource there for those defenders is going to be a game changer. Having us as a resource for any defendant that might need help will be a game changer for those in the health court, for those in all the drug court programs, the misdemeanor program that we're going to be starting up next month. Just having that big chunk, that's what we are. We are a resource. We're going to be down there. We're going to have community partners down there that will come in and work with our participants, help them find jobs, help them get education resources, all of those things, housing, all of those things. And just to have that resource in the courthouse for these defendants is, I don't even know how to describe it. I'll just be really honest.
And
I
right-
really don't.
Right next door to court services that
Right.
provides a lot of the services for our clients, especially in the mental health ward, which is a really at-risk population for finding their way around. It is going to be a total game changer.
And having everybody in one building at one time, just the collaboration that can happen with that is
We have a board.
beyond unable to describe it, I guess.
We have a board that includes Corey, myself, the district attorney, and the public defender, and the court administrator sits just as and to be all in the same building, it's going to really be amazing. Really is. And I will say video conferencing's helped us a lot on that, because even though somebody may be traveling or out or doing whatever, we can do some video conferencing too, but to be in the same building is going to be.
And 119 is going to be
In our courtroom. Vicky, oh my gosh, yes. So that courtroom being right there and having just access, and no one will get lost from the courtroom to our location because it is literally next door. You just walk right around the corner and into our space. So I did. I don't know how I would forget about that.
Minor
Apologies. Minor. So excited for that space to be done.
When I moved from 6 to 7, I had a criminal felony docket, and the ability to get from 6 to 7 for a felony criminal defendant is surprisingly difficult. And In this case, they'll be able to go from 119 just next door. We don't even have to tell them to take the stairs or the elevator. It'll be pretty remarkable.
We certainly understand,
Yeah.
because we're going through that ourselves.
Yes.
Majority of our offices in one roof is a big deal.
We love this
Paying
space.
dividends, yeah.
It's a very nice space.
Any other questions or?
Thank you all so much
Thank you
for the
very much.
opportunity.
Thank you very much.
And we love your room.
Well,
Yes.
I know you guys love it very much.
Well. Wraps it up.
Don't have anybody else? Unless Sherry wants to do hers real quick.
Come on, Sherry.
Sherry, you ready to go?
Do it.
I don't have my stuff.
That's all right, we'll do it tomorrow.
On the fly.
Okay, I'll entertain it. Motion to adjourn.
Adjourn. Second.
Get rid of all my
All in
trash.
favor?
Can we leave the books in here? Yes.
Shirley Selman and his son. That was his son that was been.